Hello, hello. Let me know if I'm too loud or anything. How's everyone? Let's see, who do we have in here? We have Mirokos in here. Party is in here. And Ben. Epic. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone has having a good day. How's everyone's day been going? Has everyone had a good weekend? That's the important part. Well, we can be hopeful, Purdy. We can be hopeful about the short stream. Epic is helping friends with their characters in something. Being a proper leader and all that. In your cafe? Is that what that is about? Ben's back at work. Sad face. Yeah. Don't worry, Ben. We're joining you tomorrow. Well, to be fair, I've been working over the weekend. You know, as I do. So I had classes yesterday. And then I got some more writing done. So, yeah. Keeping busy. I was also kind of like icky sick yesterday. Role-playing Discord, separate from the cafe, where I pretty much brainwash new writers. I mean, I help cultivate new role players. Oh. Oh, well, good luck with that. Oh. Party, what are you going to be doing tonight? Are you going to be playing some more Nancy Drew or what? What is Party doing? Yeah, after I farmed the... Oh. How many did you stop at when you stopped farming? Trying not to eat in your ear, chat. Trying not to eat in your ear. Oh, hey, Emmy-chan. Hope dashing is going well. You're getting tips and everything. So you just need like, what, 900 more? That's not bad. You should be able to knock it out. Yeah. I moved all of my like almost all of my stuff in. So now I'm going to be shardless, crystalless, clusterless for a little bit. You might just end up listening to my stream in bed. Yeah, you should do that then. If you're really tired, then that's what you should do. How was everyone's weekend? Then farm the diadem. Have to make it to the end to make sure you don't stay up too late, Lamau. Yeah. My mint garden is going well. Oh, that's good. That's good. I don't have much of a green thumb, so I'm pretty hopeless. Hopeless and helpless in terms of plants. But yeah. So what are we going to do tonight? We're going to keep it really chill, folks. I've had a little bit of a rough weekend with stomach shitty stomach stuff. And a weird schedule that I'm trying to fix. A weird sleep schedule that I'm trying to fix. So I'm going to be keeping it really chill. Yeah. Tomorrow I have 3 classes. Then Tuesday I have 2. Then Wednesday I have off, but I have streaming. And then Thursday I have 2. And then Friday I will have somewhere around 4, maybe 3 or 4. And then Saturday I'll have 5. So I'm looking forward to a very full week of classes. And then hopefully the week after, I will be able to I'll be able to cut down one of those days. I think it's Thursday. I'll stop teaching on Thursday, and I'll have 2 days, maybe 3 days of no classes at all, which will be nice. Chill as in mellow? Chill as in mellow. We're going to be super mellow today. I might look at a couple videos, but I'm not going to push it too much. And we're going to take a look at something that I've been not getting to quite some time, which would be this thing here. So this is a book. For those of you who don't know, this is a book. We're looking at an actual book here. And this book is called A Reader's Manifesto. Now, you might be wondering why... Oops. You might be wondering why the heck are we talking about Reader's Manifesto here, right? Reader's Manifesto is a book written by somebody who... How can we say this? He's a little bit burned out with what he believes to be the state of the literary genre. And it's basically an attack on pretentiousness. But there are some other things that he says. Now, he's a professor. This person is a professor. His name is Brian Reynolds Myers, and he apparently teaches in South Korea at a university in Busan. Now, this extremely based bro wrote this book in 2002. And this was before. Okay, so this was before the madness that we're seeing today. And so we're going to see, is what he's talking about linking to anything that might be going on today. And we're also going to be talking about literature with a big L. And yeah. Now, after that, we might watch a couple videos about video games, maybe. Yeah. But we'll see how far I get because, yeah. Yeah. A couple sounds pushing it. Yeah. Okay there, Ben. Okay. Ah, Shay's in here. Hello, Shay. How was your weekend? How was your weekend? Oh, Sim. This time you are not super late. You are more or less on target. We have not got into anything super serious here. Epic's talking about his gorgeous mint smells. I love the smell of mint, but I think also too much mint for me can be a bit like I'm very sensitive. Bizarrely enough, I can get headaches from heavy scents. Oh, and Wooly is now making a showing. Hello, Wooly. So we got Shay. Mind has been exhausted. Exhausted body this weekend. Otherwise, yeah, I heard about that, Shay. Yeah. Just sit down and do a bit of writing. Daydream a bit. That's my recommendation. Just give in. Sim is talking with his mouth full. Stop it, Sim. How's Wooly doing? Are you at work, Wooly? I bet Wooly is still at work. You take mint for headaches? Do you like sniff it or do you drink it? Because I like mint. I love drinking mint, but sarcasm, of course. So today, chat, we're going to be taking a little look at a book written by a professor of international studies. He is currently living in South Korea. He is apparently someone who has a few ideas about literature, and he wrote a book called Reader's Manifesto. And I thought it would be a cool idea to take a look and see what he has to say in his introduction about the state of literature. Now, the reason why I'm very interested in this is because I graduated with a degree in literature. And I had hoped at one point to take a master's, maybe go for a PhD, but that dream has since, well, it's died, hasn't it? Now, there are, I think, in my opinion, 3 stages of shittiness in the literary circles, right? Like there's 3 stages. And some stages I can put up with, and some stages it's like a no, right? It's like a no. And it's not even unfortunately, it's not like one stage ends and another stage begins. It's like a layering effect. So there's like this stage, and then there's this stage on top. And then finally, we are at a state where we have this 3rd stage going on. And then this is me just like straining to cope with everything on top. And you might be wondering, what are the 3 things that you think are absolutely crushing my love of reading and everything like that? And so probably the most obvious we'll put here is bad writing. I think that's a fairly obvious one. I think bad writing is there's a lot of writing out there that people think are good, but it's really shitty. Let's all be real here. So it's bad writing. And then on top of that, we have pretentious writing. Now, if bad writing wasn't bad enough, we also have to deal with people thinking that they're being cool when in fact they're not. They're just being stupid a-holes. And then on top of all of this, as if this wasn't bad enough, like as if we didn't have to deal with bad writing, as if we didn't have to deal with pretentious writing, now we have to deal with, on top of everything else, woke writing. Now you might be wondering, when has this been happening? I think, hot take here, I think this has been going on for some time now. I bumped into woke bullshit way back in 2008. So I think since the early 2000s, so I would go early 2000s, we really started the onset of this. But pretentious writing has been around since the 1900s. I hate to say this, but it's been around for a long time. You could even argue it started earlier. We could even push this back, way back. And then bad writing actually, I think, is a more modern problem. I could actually switch pretentious writing with bad writing. Technically, if we're going to be honest here, I would probably take this. I would go X, and I'll drag it down here temporarily. Then I'll take this, go X. So we'll actually switch it, because I think pretentious writing has been around for a lot longer than bad writing. Okay, this is where it's at. Okay, this is where it's at. So this is how I feel about the state of literature. Now, bad writing, to me, I can cope with bad writing. I can cope with pretentious writing. I cannot cope with propaganda. It's one of the reasons why I never wanted to go to a Christian university. It's not because I disagree with Christians. It's not because I have a hate boner for Christian beliefs or the Christian faith. I'm a Christian myself, but when I want to study something, I want to study it free of as much bias as possible. We're all going to be biased. We're all going to have our points of view. Let's all be real here. But it would be great if we could take off our various caps before we go into class and just look at the writing for itself. Now, I have since been told that my personal approach to literary criticism is something called new criticism. It should tell you the state of my education, that this kind of thing was kind of new to me, and I it actually causes me to feel even worse. If this makes sense, it makes me feel even worse because I start wondering, did I even get an education? Am I thinking I'm educated and I'm not educated? It just feeds into like a really terrible imposter syndrome situation. And honestly, it really did. Reading recently, I've been reading a book called Reading Like a Writer by Francine Prose. I had these moments where I was like, yes, I have been doing this. Yes, I actually know how to do this. But then there were parts of me that were like, how could I not know this information at this stage? Like, what is wrong with me, or what is wrong with the world that I have all of these gaps? So yeah. New criticism is something that apparently was in the 90s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s epic. And new criticism is the idea that you read a book separate from the writer's background and like you artificially separate it to a certain degree, and you just look at the text. You're just close reading the text. You're not sitting around spending hours talking about what's wrong with plastic in the ocean. You're not fucking you're not wasting your time, talking about the inhumane treatment of pigs before slaughter. You're not talking about, the morality of transhumanism. You're not talking about the patriarchy in England during the 1600s. You're just looking at the text. And although I'm open to looking at cultural contexts in order to make sense of a text, generally speaking, it's like, get out of here. Why are we making all of these social commentaries, often very prejudiced, often very critical and cruel and mean and one-sided and pretentious and misinformed and judgy about people who are now dead, many of them were just trying to live their best life, honestly. They were working with what they were taught, and we're just sitting in judgment on them. And then we're judging the writing, the value of the writing based off of how different our beliefs are from their beliefs. It's like, get out of here. This is not what I want to do as a literary analyst. Yeah. Let's see what Poss might drop by on a moment's notice. Ooh, Wooly, brace yourself. Cascading tsunamis of crap. Sim, absolutely. Another graph so early. Yeah, this is another NFT. I don't think it's going to catch on though, Epic. It's a cash cow in many ways. Yes, we are doing it, Leo. We are doing it. We're currently just talking about my issue with literary stuff. Okay, I can handle pretentious writing. I can handle bad writing. But when I have to read bad, pretentious writing that is ideologically propagandizing something, and right now, if you go to a university, you're going to an average public university, you are not going to be hearing conservative propaganda. You're going to be hearing liberal propaganda, okay? There's a reason why I didn't go to a conservative Christian university. But at the same point in time, there's a reason why I don't want to pay any more money into a program that is propagating liberal propaganda. Like, can we leave it out? Can we stop talking about shit like that? Welcome in Leo and VLX. Leo and VLX, we're going to be looking at a reader's manifesto. That's what we're doing. So we have not started reading it, but I'm just kind of weighing in before, just as I always do, chat, right? I want us to reaffirm our beliefs on the situation before we read someone else's opinion. Okay? That's what I'd like us to do, is think about, what do I believe before I go into this? What do I think about the state of literature? Now, when we're talking about literature, we are not talking about romance novels. We're not talking about Star Wars novels. We're not talking about Clive Cussler. We're not talking about lit RPGs, okay? We are talking about high-end elevated fiction that is intended to challenge the status quo of things, that is intended to represent the best of this era. This is not talking about Stephen King as much as he'd like to believe he might be in this category. This is talking about actual literature. Now, am I saying, by saying actual literature, am I saying sitting down and reading a romantasy is bad? No. Am I saying sitting down and enjoying a lit RPG or a manga or a Star Wars novel is bad? No. But what I'm suggesting is if we're looking at literature as being equal to haute couture for fashion, what is the state of literature? And according to Myers, it is in a bad state. So we're going to look at why it's in a bad state. Everything and everyone that came before us is evil and should be removed from memory. Basically, Wooly, that's kind of how they treat it. Say pretentious writing is bad writing. Is the lack of talent hidden behind fireworks and gimmicks? David Foster Wallace is the best example of this. Okay, so when I'm talking about bad writing, all right, when I'm talking about bad writing, I'm talking on a technical level. All right. Now, some of you might be going, why does that even matter? Why does that even matter? I'll show you. Wait 1 second here. Let's see if I can bring it up. So as some of you might know, I teach English as a second language, but I don't teach speaking. I actually teach reading and writing. So if you ever need to know how to write an essay with minimum fuss and muss, if you ever want to know how do I write a short story or how do I write, well, really anything, I can be here to help you figure it out. Now, when we look at writing as an educator, we will critique our students on a variety of traits, on a variety of, there's a rubric, okay? I'll show you a rubric. I think I have a rubric handy. This is a checklist for effective writing. So this would be for, let's say, this would be for like an essay. So you have, are your ideas good? Is your organization good? Is your voice good? Are your word choices great? Is your sentence fluency, flowing well? And what about your conventions? And all of these count towards your final grade, okay? You might have a fantastic idea, but if your organization is bad, if your voice is bad, if your word choice is bad, if your sentence fluency is bad, if your conventions are bad, guess what happens? Guess what happens if your ideas, if you do not, let's say the teacher writes out, please compare and contrast Oliver Twist with the modern retelling of blah, 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 right? And you write about 2 books that are completely not in the prompt. What do you think is going to happen, chat? What do you think is going to happen? Your ideas may technically be correct, but if you're not answering the question, what happens to your mark if you're literally writing your own thing, but you're doing it really well? It's not going to go good. You're looking at a 40%, maybe 50%, right? Now, what if you're the other way around? Let's say the teacher has given you a writing prompt for an exam, and you really got the ideas down. Okay, you got all of the ideas down. You know what you're talking about. You have a focus and a purpose. Let's say even your organization is fairly on point. You fairly have a beginning, middle, and an end to your writing. But what if you're writing like you're talking to your homie, right? What if your word choice and your sentence fluency is just crappy? It's just really terrible. And what if your essay is riddled with writing issues, like punctuation, capitalization, spelling, grammar? What if the format is wrong? What if you didn't put down your professor's name, date, your name, a title? What happens then? Guess what? It's still not going to be good for you. You might get a 60%. Right? So when we talk about bad writing, I'm talking about on a technical level. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So I'm talking about your word choice, sentence fluency, your voice, and your conventions. And just overall, things are worse. It's very, very possible to have really, really great ideas, but have incredibly terrible writing. And it's very, very possible to have really, really good writing, but with terrible, terrible ideas. I'll try to find another rubric for everyone to look at. I have rubrics out of the wazoo because, as you know, I'm teaching. So just trying to see if I can find a rubric. Is this a rubric? No, that's the English language right there. Has anyone ever used perfect continuous lately? I will have been walking. Yeah. Anyway. I don't know if I have any handy rubrics, but they can be really, really involved. I'd rather have good writing and terrible ideas. In that situation, someone can pay me to write their ideas. On a certain level, if you're a ghostwriter, it doesn't matter if you have bad ideas, because let's say someone else gives you their ideas and you just write it. The problem is, if you're a good writer, let's just say you can only polish a turd so far. And it is entirely possible to have to work with shitty ideas. You write it to the best of your best degree, like it's a really good writing. I've done this recently, Epic, so this is how I know. And then the client says, oh, oopsie whoopsie poopsie, this doesn't actually work for me. This isn't what I was imagining, because their ideas were also really bad and how they communicated them was really bad. So in the end, they realized that what they had wanted to write about wasn't going to actually work. And this is where your ideas are actually as important. And effectively, you could say, well, I'm a good writer, but I have bad ideas. Guess what happens to a good writer with bad ideas? No one reads them. That's what happens to Moreau. He has a lot of good ideas. Ain't nobody reading Moreau in their spare time. Or Thoreau. Thoreau, the guy who wrote The Pond, Walden's, whatever. Have bad writing based on bad ideas. Why did young Checo think secular university would not be propaganda while Protestant university would be propaganda? Because I was raised in a sheltered home, Willie, and I only had 1 year in high school, and that barely counted because I was only friends with my teachers, and my teachers were all fairly based. So when I went to university, I didn't even realize how bad it was, because how would I know? How would I know? All I knew was what I understood. Like, when I was raised as a homeschooled person, it was great. I do not regret it. I am very thankful to my mother, etc., etc. However, I became very aware that a lot of the writing, a lot of the classics that I was being given were censored. Okay, so I knew I wanted to avoid censoring from a Christian angle, but being so sheltered and not having any understanding of what was going on in the universities at the age of 18 back in 2001, how was I supposed to know? Like, how could I have known? And after my first year of university at a specific, very, very woke university, even then, I didn't understand what was going on because I was so socially out of it. So when someone told me that I was a misogynist in class, I didn't even understand what a misogynist was. So I went home, I looked up the word, and I was like, what? Why would they call? And I just brushed it off. I was like, oh, okay, that was a weird thing. Who cares? They're crazy. I had no idea. It wasn't until 2005, 2006 when I was more mentally, let's say I grew up finally, because I was smart, but I had no awareness, if that makes sense. Like, I'm intelligent, but you can be intelligent and lack awareness. And that was my problem. And so it wasn't until 2005 when I went back to school. So I'm not getting into my life story. My life story was kind of fucked. But 2005, I go back to school with the aim of going overseas to teach. I go back to school in 2005, and that's when I realized what is going on here. But even then, back in 2005 to 2008, there was no one on YouTube talking about woke stuff. It was still it was all under the radar. But I saw it coming down the pipeline with certain classes. I was like, wait a minute. And when one of my pastors at one of my churches was talking about it, it was like, wait a minute. What's going on here? Why is my pastor telling us we can just choose what we want to believe from scripture? And then I realized that he was taking theology courses at the university I was attending, and I was like, oh no. And that's when I was like, oh no, this is a problem, actually. So I went to my parents because my parents were disagreeing with our senior pastor on something. And I was like, Mom and Dad, can you just take a little look? Can you just take a little look at this book that I'm reading right now? This might give you an idea of where he's coming from. And my mom read it, not my dad. My dad couldn't handle that kind of stuff. My mom read it and she came back and she was like, oh my gosh. And I was like, yeah, because everyone knows theology is directly tied to hermeneutics, and hermeneutics is simply another form of reading, which is linked to literature. Literature and theology have always gone hand in hand. They're like upstream each other. I'm not sure which one is downstream, but one of them is downstream. So if something is weird going on in literature, you can be sure something was weird going on in certain areas of theology. That's how it works. That's don't ask me why. It's how I think it's been like that for ages. So I didn't understand how bad things were going to get until 2005. And the reason why I didn't understand about it was, number one, I wasn't raised in that system. Number two, my parents didn't even know that it was such a big thing. So I went into it completely like I went into university thinking this was going to be okay. We were going to be fine. It was going to be fine. And then I realized after a while, no, it was not fine. No. Now, the good news is I never went through a period where like I was drinking the Kool-Aid. I never had a moment where I was drinking Kool-Aid. I was always on the outside because what was common sense to me, I slowly began to realize that this wasn't a minority of people being weird. It was a majority of people being weird. So there are some people out there who might go, oh, Chieko is just being really negative because she wants to be negative. No, I went into university with an open mind, ready to learn. I did not go in with a chip on my shoulder looking for woke stuff and waiting to be riled up and be, like, But after a little while, I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. Wait a minute, why are they saying that? Wait a minute, why? What? And so for me, I never drank the Kool-Aid, but at the same point in time, I never went in looking for it because I didn't even know it was something to be looked at. So yeah, I would have given anything for Myers to talk about Wallace. My goodness, it was necessary. Not sure that such a thing as writing has not been idealized or propagandized since writing existed, even in the author's best intentions to be partial. I think both close reading, new criticism, and the questioning of an author's potential motivations have their place when you're looking at any document. How can I say this? You cannot separate an author's personal beliefs from their work on a certain level. And taking a bit of time to consider it after your first straight reading. So do a raw reading without thinking about anything. Just go in there, take it at face value, then do some background research, and then go back. Okay? I have no issue with that. No issue at all. That would be optimal. Shay, you have happily no idea how much time has been spent in my literature classes on things that have nothing whatsoever to do with the writing that we were looking at. This was like an obscene amount of moralizing about the environment, about the political situation, about economics, about homelessness, about everything else, except what we were reading. It wasn't even focused on the writer's context because they could barely understand the writing itself. It was insane. It was just insane. Of course, it matters. Substandards in the average reader is what allowed 50 Shades to happen, people. Emmy's probably frothing with me. Good artists copy, great copies steal. Picasso. At least I think he said that. There are a lot of stories in the public domain you can rewrite. Romeo and Juliet meets Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with finding inspiration. Soggy knees everywhere. Picasso being a bad one. What was he doing? I'd consider theology upstream, considering local traditions predating text. Yeah, it's possible, VLX. I'm not, how can I say this? I have seen the connection between the two. I'm not as researched and versed enough to suggest which one is upstream. But one of them is upstream from each other. Soft trauma dumping on chat. We're here for you. Yeah, as maybe chat can tell, this is something that's near and dear to me. This is something that gets me kind of a bit upset, shall we say. And part of the problem is I went in hoping for, I had come to the conclusion that certain groups of Christians were extremely closed-minded and were not open-minded. And I had thought, hey, going to a public university, I can avoid some of that. The answer is no. The answer is heck no. And it just became a huge echo chamber, and I hated it. And that's why I didn't go back. To be fair, that chip on the shoulder anti-woke stuff is pretty annoying at this point. Not saying you're doing that, but in general on the internet. And there are people, VLX, who jump at shadows. It's like, oh, there's a female in the lead. It's going to be woke. And I'm like, oh boy. Right? Like we gotta calm down. So yeah, I didn't go into university with some kind of chip on my shoulder. But yeah. I went to a Christian college with a professor who loved close reading, but believed all people have a theological truth hidden in their writing, even if they don't realize it. Yeah. It sounds like you had some really cool professors, Shay. I think my professors, there was a few of them who were older school, but they couldn't do anything. So at the end of my final year, so I went abroad to China, right? I came back. I did my 4th year. It took me about a year and a half to complete it because I was paying out of pocket with the help of a private loan. And how can I say this? the one of the professors for Gothic literature, she came from a Mennonite background, and but she herself was not Mennonite, and she invited us all to join her at this local pub on campus. It's kind of like old timey-wimey. It's like very British almost. And so we are all sitting there feeling very posh and grown up because this is the final class for the year, and we're all graduating with our honors degrees. You know, we're all very like, ooh, you know. And someone asked her a question and asked her, what do you think is the main difference between students of today and students of 20 years ago? And do you know what her answer was, Shay? Her answer was, students today can get big picture really well, but they are unable to do any kind of close reading. And I'm sitting there going, then why couldn't you have taught us? And I got so angry inside, obviously, but inside I was fuming because I was like, why couldn't you have taught us how to close read? Isn't this who failed me here? And this professor knows how to close read, loves close reading, didn't teach us how to close read at all. And she allowed the class to go right off the rails at points and just talk about things that had nothing whatsoever to do with what we were actually discussing, because nobody in the class could handle reading Coleridge. It was insane. Theology is also upstream because the symbols and ideas we inherited are guiding lines of art we're doing in the West. I don't know other places. Yeah, that's true, Leo. That's a good point. I don't exactly have an idea, but I do have sort of an idea what happens when you shove your own stuff on a writer. Yeah, for me, Shay, it's about the direction of the classroom, right? We can interpret into, I do think that we should be allowed to interpret things and take risks with our interpretations. I have no problem with that. My problem is that the classes, all of the classes I went to, felt like it was being derailed all the time by social issues, to the point where I felt like it was not so much anymore about the reading itself. It was just the social issues. It felt like I was in an anthropology class for stupid people. I was like, if I want to study society, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to take an anthropology class, which, by the way, I did for an elective, because, you know, it is fascinating to me. I'm not closed-minded to looking at culture, but I want to do that in a class where people are trained to teach us how to look at culture, which is what an anthropologist does, not a literature class run by a prof who has not been trained to be an anthropologist. How could the anthropology department not flip a lid, knowing that you have a whole bunch of people sitting around being incredibly unacademic, doing shitty anthropology and thinking that this is an education? That's where my issue lies. It's not that we can't look at culture or can't look at the writer or can't look at the context. It's when it takes over the class to such a degree that we're no longer analyzing the text at any point in time. This is where my issue lies, right? Like I said, I'm not averse to looking at the writer and their cultural context. But if you have a 40 or 50-minute period and half an hour is taken up talking about culture, you have a problem. You had a problem. The price of admission is the big difference. I had Jordan Peterson as a professor a few years before he inadvertently became a cultural figure. Oh, that's interesting. I want his book, Maps of Meaning. I'd love to read that. Sometimes the departments won't permit certain topics to be taught in classes, even though it may be topically appropriate or vital to the course in question. That, to me, Mirokos, is more than likely true. I feel like that's true, Mirokos, and I think it's a shame. Yeah. Our professor did and did not. The problem was that I was constantly getting in trouble with my classmates as it was for dragging up the curve he graded on, and most of them did not have the capacity. Yeah, I mean, that's another problem, yeah. Yeah, if you have people dragging behind, I mean, do you tell them to get good, or do you lower expectations? That's a problem, yeah. Anthropology and sociology classes are ideological propaganda since the 50s. Possible, Karn. Once again, I don't have all that information on there. They did, however, have the capacity to derail the close reading sessions he tried to do with those social issues. Doesn't this kind of remind you of Francine Prose's introduction, Shay? Because I'm fairly certain she talked about how students were unable to do close reading because they were more concerned about the social stuff. They bullied him into ending the class early once because they were so rabid. Yikes. Yikes. Yikers. Closest I came to a professor's writing course are the free lectures of Brandon Sanderson and some guest writers. I have never taken creative writing course, ever. To get into creative writing in my university, every time I looked at the requirements, I was like, nah, I don't have what it takes for ages. Like now, maybe I could have some cojones, but do you think that's why Jordan Peterson gives Disney movies to analyze instead of something more complex? The reason why Jordan Peterson might be analyzing Disney movies is because Disney movies are directly correlated to fairy tales and Jungian analysis. Modern films, generally speaking, will have, of course, roots in Jungian psychoanalytical interpretation, but for the most part, modern films are steadily removed from their more spiritual roots and can be about as barren as... I'm trying to think of something that's super barren. I was going to say as my womb, but I'm pretty sure my womb isn't that barren. But as barren as my womb is going to be in about 5 to 6 years. Tell them to get good, yeah. Sanderson keeps saying good ideas are cheap. How come there are so many shit ideas out there? Good question. I think within every bad idea, there is probably a nugget of a good idea. It just hasn't been refined. And it takes time. But I would disagree with Sanderson. The only way I could agree with him is that it is possible that some bad ideas have good ideas inside of them. But in my opinion, I actually think you spit out one good idea for every 100 bad ideas. But that's just me. New Star Wars is pretty barren. Yeah. This is what I'm saying. It's like, it's very possible that Jordan Peterson is targeting something like Disney because it is much more directly linked to fairy tales and to archetypes, whereas a lot of modern stuff is not. But once again, maybe it's about complexity. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I watched all Sanderson's YouTube courses. I guess ideas are like diamonds. Some are malformed and need tons of work to refine. Others come out pretty close to the desired shape. Yeah, that's what I would even argue that let's say all ideas are different qualities of diamonds with different kinds of shapes and different, levels of flawless versus flawed, right? So like you have a whole scope of flawed to flawless, and then you have great big diamonds, tiny little diamonds, etc., right? But let's say all ideas are diamonds. You can still take a diamond and put it in a shit, necklace, right? So you could take a really good idea and you can plop it into something that's really shitty. So I think that's where the 100-to-1 ratio comes. Like you can look at a really shitty, like for example, 50 Shades of Grey. I think on a technical level is complete horseradish. Terrible. Gross. does horseradish a disservice to even link it to horseradish. Okay, but then if you look closer, though, the archetype is that of the strong male and the traditional female. A very traditional pairing in many ways. So in that nugget, that's not a bad thing necessarily. But Christian Grey is psychologically damaged. He is putting trackers on her phone. She's falling down in the first scene. She gives virgins a bad name. Like, why? Anyway, so there's a lot of problems on many levels in that story. But if you were to strip everything down to its big picture foundation, right? If we were to do as Wooly does, see the forest instead of the trees, the forest of 50 Shades of Grey is looking fairly strong because it's leaning on archetypes that all men and women actually want to believe in on some fundamental level. But it is so badly done, it undermines the whole thing. Christian Grey is a virgin? No, Anastasia is a virgin. Don't assume complex is good and simple equals bad. Oh, Wooly. Yes, absolutely. When kids get participation trophies and adults get angry at you for criticizing them, they don't learn to polish an idea. Ooh, Shay. Yeah, I agree. Simple is good. Too much complexity and people can get lost. It's not even just that. It's I'm all about complexity. It's more about archetypally complex versus archetypally simple. Like, in terms of, how can I say it? It's good to have a balance of both. That's what I'll say. That's the hill I'll die on. Balance in all things. They only learn how to polish their egos. Then why do they have such terrible self-esteem? It gets polished for them. Yeah. No. VLX, Anastasia is a virgin, and she's an idiot. You can be a virgin and know a lot about sex. Trust me. She gives virgins a bad name. She practically infantilizes female virgins, which is really stupid. You can be a virgin and you can still have your head screwed on straight and know what a butt plug is. You know what I mean? She drives me insane, and she's a literature student as well, so it's like a double whammy. She's making all of us look bad all at the same time. If you're a virgin literary person, just saying, you will be very affronted by the kind of portrayal she gives of that particular niche of people who may or may not actually exist. I just thought it'd be kind of funny if Christian Grey was a virgin and people be praising that despite everything else about him. Yeah, no, sadly. That would make him interesting. I was so anxious over doing it wrong. You know, Epic, I think, number one, you could be anxious about doing it wrong. You could be just plain curious, you know, like, or I don't know, you just have friends who talk about it. Like, what kind of world is she living in? Has she never worked at a coffee shop? You work at a coffee shop for about 4 weeks. Someone going to say something going to come out. You're going to hear something. You know what I mean? You can't get away with it. You can't avoid it. Anyway, let's get into it. Today we're going to get into nothing. We're going to get into reading it. We're actually going to read it. I'm just going to... Yeah, I think we're going to be running out of this. We're going to put some 2 hour, 10 hour. Yeah. 3 hour. This is a good one. Okay. I don't know if chat can even hear it, but let me know if it's clashing with my voice. All right. Okay, so what we're going to be looking at is the first, I'm going to read a little bit and then we're going to break it down and talk about it. All right. So let's begin at the beginning. It says, nothing gives me the feeling of having been born several decades too late, quite like the modern, air quote, literary bestseller. Give me a time-tested masterpiece, or what critics patronizingly call a fun read. Sister Carrie, or just plain Carrie. Give me anything, in fact, as long as it isn't the latest must-read novel, complete with a prize jury seal of approval on the front and a clutch of precious raves on the back. In the bookstore, I'll sometimes sample what all the fuss is about, but one glance at the affected prose, furious dabs of tulip stuttering, say, or in the dark, before the day yet was, and I'm hightailing it to the friendly black spines of the Penguin classics. Now, one thing I want to highlight here, let's see, oops, is this right here. Here, precious raves. So this whole thing is like an industry. I'm fairly certain it's all propped up. It's kind of like Rotten Tomatoes for books, honestly. And it's yeah, it is one of those situations where you have a whole bunch of people smelling each other's farts, and it's really unfortunate. In the dark, before the day yet was. Oh lordy, who even wrote that? I mean, I don't mind furious dabs of tulips, but the word stuttering, the amount of times people misuse this word, it's crazy. You don't hear any music? Not that we need it? Okay. Yeah, this is insanity. I can't even. Okay, so let's go to the second paragraph. I realize that such a declaration must sound perversely ungrateful to the cultural establishment. For years now, editors, critics, and prize jurors, not to mention novelists themselves, have been telling the rest of us how lucky we are to be alive and reading in these exciting times. The absence of a dominant school of criticism, we are told, has resulted in an unlimited variety of styles, a smorgasbord with something for every palate. As novelist and critic David Lodge has remarked, everything is in and nothing is out. I fucking disagree. Anyway, let's keep going. But in fact, criticism is far more prescriptive today than it was in the first half of the 20th century. Back then, Christopher Isherwood and Somerset Maugham were both ranked among the finest novelists in the English language and considered no less literary in their own way than Virginia Woolf and James Joyce. Today, any accessible story written in unaffected prose is deemed to be genre fiction. At best, an excellent read or page-turner, but never literature with a capital L. Everything written in self-conscious, writerly prose, on the other hand, is literary fiction. Not necessarily good literary fiction, mind you, but always worthier of respect and full-page reviews than even the best thriller or romance. Okay, so let's get into here, and we're gonna talk about some realities here. Okay, so first off, we are told the absence of a dominant school of criticism has resulted in unlimited varieties of styles of criticism. And to that, I say, bosh. Absolute bullshit. What? Okay, so there was this one moment in time when I was sitting in class, and this was one of the fourth year seminars. It was the one run by the Jamaican professor. And she said, here's a sign-up sheet. Everyone is going to be encouraged to write one thing, choose what you want to write about, and so on and so forth, right? And then she said something I never heard a professor say before. She said, you can approach it from a variety of critical styles. And she listed off a whole bunch of them. And then she said psychoanalytical. And instantly I was like, what? And then I was like, wait a minute. So I could do psychoanalytical? And she was like, yeah, absolutely. And I'm sitting there going, I want to do psychoanalytical. That's exactly what I want to study. But here's the problem. Who taught me how to like hermeneutically read? Who taught me how to read from a psychoanalytical perspective? Who was going to do that? Nobody. I had to teach myself. I had to go out on a limb. I had to I don't even know if I can let's see if I can find this could be difficult. Oh, yeah. Here we go. All right. I got to be really careful about this chat. Ooh. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to take a risk because we all know what happens when I try to not dox myself. Okay, so I'm going to show you. Show you this way because I'm so scared. I don't want to. Every time I show people Google is literally persecuting me. Okay, so here we go. All right, I'm not going to go into this, but this is my proposal for my paper for this professor. Okay. My proposal for the paper was my idea began with a question about whether we could see the Gothic domestic space as a symbol of the individual, family, and society at large. I already considered this idea that all the characters and spaces of a Gothic novel are in fact all one organism, the individual or perhaps something larger. I wondered, how are castles explored in the Gothic? What are they saying about the individual, family, and society at large? My thesis is, using ancient Gothic domestic spaces, often represented by a castle or manor, 18th century writers such as Samuel Taylor Coleridge and Edgar Allan Poe explore contemporary anxieties surrounding social deviance, corruption, and invasion. And so this is me analyzing Christabel basically as the castle is the state of the castle represents the psychological state of the mind, basically. I will look at how the house itself is used as foreshadowing and reflects the state of mind of the owners and how the house is destroyed. And so then, yeah, like that. And this was one example of me attempting that. And was it easy? No. And you know why? Because I hadn't been taught. No one had sat down and said, hey, here's how you're going to psychoanalyze something. No one was like, this was something I had to come up with on my own. So this was my other option. Here's my other final paper option. So in case people are wondering, oh, how did Chieko do writing? Does everyone want to see what my essay outlines were like? Emmy probably would find this fascinating because recently Emmy wrote a fairly large paper. So here, can chat see this all right? DDoS, another DDoS attack in FF? No. Incoming DOS. Yeah. Okay. So this is how I would plan my papers. So here is my thesis. As a poet, writing within the Romantic movement, Coleridge revisits and reworks classical resources as he explores archetypal themes such as the doubled dual figure of woman and the invaded castle. So I'm literally talking about archetypal themes. I'm coming at this from a psychoanalytical perspective. So I'm looking at Catholic medieval poetry. I'm looking at the castle. And you can see here, I'm breaking down all of the lines to support my writing. So when I write, I just go all the way through. My writing, by the end of it, everyone, my writing was on fleek by the end of it. Here is accessing the sublime, subverting the sublime to explore romanticism's poetic themes. And then all of my works cited. And yeah. So how can I say this in a nutshell? We might have access. This bro here says we have access to all of these things. But if we're going to be honest, without proper support and without proper teaching, how are we going to take advantage of this variety? We're not. Because there's so much, everything is going to be half-baked. Everything is in and nothing is out. Once again, I would like to disagree here. Okay, so he said here, everything is in and nothing is out. And I would disagree. I believe Jung has been pushed to the sidelines, not just because he's difficult to understand, but because he is diametrically opposite to everything that's going on right now in university. Then if we go back up here, right, if we go up here to genre fiction, talking about genre fiction, do you remember how I wrote about female romances and how female romances have the appearance of being acceptable, right? Society accepts romances. I agree that society as a whole accepts romances and thrillers, accepts genre fiction. So your average woman who walks into a bookstore is going to enjoy reading a romance or a thriller or whatever, right? Genre fiction. But you go to the universities, they are extremely divided on whether romances are okay or not. This is a contested subject. Even people who are super woke, like, for example, Stephen King, are still critiqued and considered less than compared to literary fiction. And so you might be going, but wait a minute, Chieko, like there's this whole support of there's this. You remember how someone was talking with me in YouTube and they were saying like, oh, there's a double standard and the double standard is real. No. The people who are super loud online are the same people that are linked to this literary fiction. Almost all of the people who are critiquing male interest in stuff, most of them are the same people who also critique female interest stuff. They're the same people. They're all wannabe literary fiction writers, and you could tell from the way they write their you know, the way that they carry out their journalism, because they're always going on and on in flowery language on their blogs and articles. And the reality is a large portion of the journalism that we see today that is critiquing male interest is actually as likely to be critical as female interest. The only reason why we see more of their dislike of male interest is because it's much easier to, how can I say it? Males have the double whammy of the whole patriarchal blah, 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 you know what I mean? But you get them alone You get them alone in a room, you know, far from the public eye, and they'll shit on a lot of genre fiction. It's just that they don't openly shit on female interests because you got to support the woman. But deep down, they don't like them either. Romance is still contested. Romance has been contested ever since second wave romance. Something with a guitar so Chieko can go into a rage. Yeah. Party is trying to make sure I don't dox myself. Yeah, I didn't. Did you see that? Oh my gosh, everyone's getting kicked out of 14. It sounds crazy to me considering the ultra left are very obsessed with sex, but that's not exactly romance by itself. The Alex, they're interested in sex and they're interested in romance, but they're not interested in traditional forms of romance, which is what actually sells. And this is why they're hung up. Okay, so when I was starting my when I started ghostwriting, I was put into the bottom tier of writers, as we all do. We all started at the bottom tier, right? And it came to a certain point where they came to me, or I went to them and I said, would I be allowed to take a test so I could get up to the next tier? And they were like, oh yeah, of course, here. So they told me that I would have to write a romance story, and I would have to write like the first 15K of a book to see that I could take on writing fiction, because you have to do a separate fiction test basically in order to write fiction. Fiction is a lot more. There's a lot more that can go wrong with fiction than nonfiction in some ways. So they gave me a PowerPoint. I can't show you this PowerPoint because, well, for obvious reasons, but on the PowerPoint, they specifically stated that while women are feminist and want strong female characters, the men have to be extremely alpha and extremely strong. Okay? So the romance industry 110% understands that traditional relationship dynamics sell. Okay? Having a man be super weak and crying and moping everywhere is not going to sell. Women do not want to see a mopey, whiny, incompetent, weak man. That's not what they want to sell. So it doesn't matter what the far left wants. Okay, the far left might want that, but your average woman on the street, your average lady walking down the road who has no idea what's going on with this culture stuff, they don't want that, and they simply will not buy it. And do you know how we know that they don't want that? The Acolyte was canceled. And that's how we know, okay? If the men are not going to be front and center, super strong, super confident, if the men aren't going to be interesting, if the women aren't going to have a great dynamic, if there isn't that sexy, intimate dynamic, ordinary women are out. It doesn't matter what the leftist or the woke people want to think. This is the way it is. They want Geralt. Yes, they want Geralt. Yeah. Geralt. Those guys from that place of women are inferior rhetoric without outright saying, like in the old days. The ultra left is only obsessed with sex if it's perverse and sodomitic. Yeah, I would argue, Wooly, that they like subversion of certain things. And once again, like, you do you, boo, but don't speak for the radical. Like, the radical minority can't speak for the majority. The majority just want super basic romance. Strong man meets strong woman, help strong woman, love strong man, end of story. And by strong woman, I mean like a woman who's a full-fledged character with her own flaws, and etc., etc. Okay, this is what a normal woman wants to read. A normal woman, this is what I said in my video, and this is why I made that video, right? To contextualize the whole Mothman X OC Dragon's Bride nonsense. To contextualize that is not normal. Your average woman is not reading that. Now, woke people would like to believe that's what the average woman is reading, but that is not the case. That is just simply not the case. And that's why it was important for me to make that video, and I'm glad I really did make that video, because it's very apparent that there's a lot of people running around going, oh, women want crazy romance. No, they do not. They want very traditional dynamic romances. Now, do they want their women to be, competent? Do they want the woman to be successful? Yeah, absolutely. But they don't want the woman to not need the man. That's not the point. They need each other. You know what I mean? So this is what I'm saying. The far left people who are largely in control of journalism, who are critiquing male sexual interests, are behind closed doors. They are just as critical of your average female's interest in average romance. Okay? There isn't some like on superficially, it looks like guys are being lambasted, but behind closed doors, there's a lot of snark against female writers who are doing very well. Or if they're super hypocritical, they actually like it and they're literally just hiding it. And there's, the double standard also exists. Arc Feldon. You wouldn't get kicked from FF14 if you're playing Wukong. They want Geralt. Yeah, they do. Hello, Arc. I'm not sure if we know you or anything, but like Anduin, joking, kind of. Yeah, Anduin was probably not kind of like Anduin, totally like, yeah, she's speaking the truth. And I'm not kidding. Yeah. Are playing early access. And men see those incompetent men, and I guess is insulting, and the women are so obnoxious they can't like them as characters. Yeah. It's not just making them incompetent and stupid, but their inability to grow from that. More caricature than character. Absolutely, VLX. Absolutely. See, no one minds, I think, having a strong, let's say, a girl boss woman with attitude issues learning to be soft, right? It's kind of like the Taming of the Shrew kind of archetype, which has fallen out of favor because it's basically about a man explaining to a woman why she's off the rails. But anyhow, and it's totally fine with having, let's say, the Ant-Man trope of lame-ass dad learning to be a man, or like growing into his power. Probably very similar to, let's say, the Grahatia type from Final Fantasy XIV. Nothing wrong with that. But you have to have an actual growth journey. When the guy is just going hoo 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 all the time, most women are just going to check out. They're just going to be like, nah, man. And if a woman is just, frankly, let's just say it, if a woman is behaving like a bitch all the time, like, you're going to lose both the men and the women, because, like, who wants to be around someone who's just mean to everyone? Like that girl in Forspoken, who was just like, anyway, she was wild. Okay, let's go to the next paragraph. Our literary writers aren't expected to... So just to quickly review again, there is hidden snark about genre fiction. Myers is 100% correct. I remember a professor shitting on Stephen King one time in a lecture. And it's a thing. It's a thing. Okay. Our literary writers aren't expected to evince much in the way of brain power. Musings about consumerism, bandying about words like ontological, and chanting Red River Hokum as if it were a lost book of the Old Testament. This is what passes for intellectual content today, nor do writers need a poet's sensibility or sharp eye. It is the departure from natural speech that counts, not what, if anything, is being arrived at. A sufficiently obtrusive idiom can even induce critics to overlook the sin of a strong plot. Conversely, though more rarely, a concise prose style can be pardoned if a novel's pace is slow enough, as was the case with Ha Jin's aptly titled Waiting, which won the National Book Award in 1999. Okay. One thing I will say is that the fact that our literary writers aren't being expected to evince much in the way of brain power, I think that's directly correlative probably to what's coming out of universities. Okay? He's talking about how people are just like saying weird stuff. I think that happens in university as well. There was this one girl, she was like a Linda Sarsour clone, and when we finally got to Oliver Twist, she had nothing to say. Why? because the only thing she could talk about was post-colonial, imperialist, blah, blah, blah. And when you're reading Oliver Twist, that is about as far away from that as you can get. So she had nothing to say, and she had nothing meaningful to say. No input, silent in class, best 2 to 3 weeks ever. It was great. A concise prose style can be pardoned if novel's pace is slow enough. So basically, one thing is, I do want to be careful about making broad stroke requirements for all writers. I think for a writer will have a different voice depending on what kind of writer they are, who they are. So some writers are going to be more poetic. Some writers are going to be more concise. I dislike everyone's rush to be like Hemingway. I think that's unnecessary and unfortunate. But at the same point in time, there's a difference between being poetic and being like out of control purple prose. And similarly, there's a difference between having a concise prose style and, let's say, being lazy or not actually having the education to use actual words, like unique and varied words to describe something. The dualism of literary versus genre has all but routed the old trinity of highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow, which had always been invoked tongue-in-cheek anyway. Novelists who would once have been called middlebrow are now assigned on the basis of their verbal affectation to either the literary or the genre camp. David Gooderson is thus granted serious writer status on the basis of Snow Falling on Cedars, 1994, a murder mystery buried under sonorous tautologies, while Stephen King, whose Bag of Bones, 1998, is more intellectual. Okay, so wait a minute. So we're gonna save as a copy. And then we're gonna go next. Oops. Ugh. Wait 1 second. You can tell that I'm yeah, okay, here we go. Less pretentious novel is still considered to be just a talented storyteller. Everything is in other words, as long as it keeps the readers at a respectful distance. And this is where we have that kind of fake acceptance going on, where it's like, oh, you can be you can do it. And then when you are doing the thing that feels right for you as a writer, it's like, oh no, you're not following the new status quo, so out you go, right? It's very cliquish. It's just very, very weird. My laptop is playing up, so on my phone. Oh, wow. Ben has entered the sim stage of life now. Oh. Technically, he gets captured while fighting so he can get away, but that's kind of what happened the first time. Well, I suppose that's what happened the second time after you rescued him the first time. It reminds me when I was in elementary school and all I wrote about was Halo. I think writers need to accept the audience has the final say. You can have the best writing in the world and get a trilogy, or you can be Twilight and get a trilogy and a prequel in terms of movies. The first to go away from Hemingway style were women, and that created better female authors than male authors, but those women weren't taken as seriously, so they kind of lost in time. Maybe. I think the problem with the whole Hemingway thing is if you look at the person who was famous for saying, the show don't tell question, right? The show don't tell question, Chekhov and all of that, is a lot of those people were linked to plays, and plays are completely different from novels. So this idea that we have to tie novels down to the same standards as plays seems really gross to me. It's like, ew, no. In fact, there are some male authors who are coming out, like Orson Scott Card, for example, who have been suggesting, hey, there are appropriate times to take the time to do exposition as it is. So to a certain degree, this ability to do exposition, or this ability to spend some time to talk about something, whether it is with more poetic or less poetic, I think this idea that we got to cut everything out until it's incredibly sparse is really the infringement of theater and film into the novel space. And it's partially to blame. If we're going to blame the shitty state of writing at this point, it would be partially that. But then, okay, because everyone was running around trying to emulate this very sparse Chekhovian style, no one learned how to do poetic right. No one learned how to do the poetic prose correctly. And so then what you had is a whole bunch of people, maybe women, who were rushing out and trying out the style that they hadn't been adequately trained in. And so then you get a lot of purple prose and weirdness. So it's almost like this pendulum is punishing one side or the other side. Woolie's writing up a storm in chat. But like, you can see what I'm saying, right? Like, if you stop teaching, let's say, Chekhovian or Hemingway and, you know, concise stuff, if you stop teaching that, then people who try it will end up looking really terrible. It's like lit RPG. Lit RPG writers have this weird blend of being concise, but also being, there's just no words for lit RPG. But lit RPG is technically very bare bones in what it's attempting to do, in terms of it's not sitting around and extending a metaphor. It's not describing the colors of the flowers in the garden. They're certainly not taking time to smell the roses in lit RPG. It's about as pared down as you can get. But is it good? No, it isn't. It rarely is. Why? Because they haven't been adequately trained. Okay, this may seem an odd trend in view of the decades-long decline in the quality of English instruction at our schools and college. Well, once again, we're having this blame game being laid at the door of schools and colleges. I would leave colleges out of it. Colleges shouldn't have to worry about teaching how to write. Schools are where, like elementary school, middle school, high school, this is where this shit should be happening. Colleges should just be the little crowning achievement where you think big and you take all of your school learning of how to write and you maybe hone it, you maybe polish it off. But college should be where you just think up of big ideas and you can put things in a lab and you know, you can, under controlled circumstances, you can think, you know, do thought experiments that are really crazy and wild, and right. That colleges we shouldn't have to be instructing on English in college. If we're instructing on English in college, something has gone severely wrong in the early stages of education. But we can definitely say that critically reading has definitely gone down the tubes even in college. It's all bad now. It's all bad from kindergarten right up through university. Shouldn't a dumbed down America be more willing to confer literary status on straightforward prose instead of an encouraging affectation and obscurity? Not necessarily. In Aldous Huxley's Those Barren Leaves, 1925, a character named Mr. Carden offers an explanation for this apparent paradox. Really, simple, primitive people like their poetry to be as artificial and remote from the language of everyday affairs as possible. We approach the 18th century with its artificiality, but the fact is that Beowulf is couched in a diction 50 times more complicated and unnatural than that of Pope's poem Essay on Mars. Just thinking about that. Something about this argument that I don't agree with, but I'm going to think about it. I'm just thinking about it. You're right about what's happening today, yeah. That RPG is a very low budget game. Okay. Shouldn't a dumbed down America be more willing to confer literary status on straightforward prose instead of encouraging affectation and obscurity? Okay, so the question is, if college people and if regular people are stupid, wouldn't they want to read easier and enjoy and like reward more enjoyable and easy to read stuff than this, you know, obscure, affected prose? Okay. Then Myer says, according to Huxley's character, Mr. Carden, so this is a character in his book, he said, really simple, primitive people like their prose to be as artificial and remote from the language of everyday affairs as possible. And then he talks about Beowulf. But I think I disagree with him. Okay, here's what I would suggest. If, number one, people right now don't understand how dumbed down they are, right? It's like me, right? For a long time, I was going through university. Almost all of my English courses, I was getting a B plus or some kind of an A, okay? I was doing really well. From 2005 to 2008, and even in my failure year back in 2001, I never failed any of my English courses, okay? But I didn't know how much I was lacking until I started going out and reading stuff on my own. And then I began to realize that the education that I had wasn't really much of an education. But what if you never, as a person, went out and read stuff on your own? And if you only read the stuff that your friends told you to read, you would never understand how little of the world and how little of the intellectual world you know. So you will not even know that you aren't dumbed down. So you will continue to pursue affectation and obscurity because you don't even understand that you don't know what you're doing. Okay, so that would be number one. Number two, everyone knows that people who are smart enough to know, but like aren't smart enough to actually do it, will be smart enough to attempt to fake it. And this is what makes the affectation and the obscurity worse. They're faking being intelligent when they are in fact not intelligent. They're just average. And there's nothing wrong with being average. But the more that you try to fake it, because you're not actually that intelligent, you're just trying to put on a persona, you're just trying to say what your prof is saying, this is where stupidity is also going to start happening. Now, number three, I think some people have this affected and obscure kind of writing because they know that their idea, do you remember how we had this discussion of our idea is good or our idea is bad? Or like, is there like a spectrum of good and bad? They know that their idea is bad or that they are ashamed of their idea. So they're hiding their idea behind this veneer of high sounding elevated prose. House of Leaves comes to mind. House of Leaves is an interesting idea about a house having this kind of opening. There's an odd dimensional thing going on, but instead of just going for it, this author decided to hide it behind this affected social commentary, and it was so annoying. I got like 1/3 of the way through and I was like, fuck it. And so sometimes I think there's this fear of being genuine or this fear of being uncool, and so they put on this affectation, and they put it on because they are ashamed of what they want to write about. Well, yeah, Wooly, there's that too. Yeah. Was that a Hollywood sign? Okay, so I'm my brain is literally exploding at this point in time. But basically, so we could say, number one, people don't know they are dumb, so they continue to attempt to sound smart when they are not, in fact, sounding smart. Number two, people are trying to hide the fact they don't know things by just parroting what they've seen other people, what they've heard other people say / seen other people write. It's like leading the blind. Okay. Number three, people are ashamed of their ideas, and they hide their ideas behind poorly written, obscure, affected prose. Number four, people are just going with the flow because they don't want to be shamed for writing air quote genre fiction. Okay. Emmy said, I had no idea when I went to university that there would be remedial writing for students because it never entered my mind that someone would be allowed into uni without being able to. Yeah, Emmy and I are, let's just say we taught at the same school together for 3 years. Oh, well, 2 years technically because I went 1 year before her, but yeah. Emmy and I are on the same page with this one. This is getting a bit pretentious or getting there. Well, he is tackling something, but I would disagree with him on his argument here. I would disagree. I'm more likely to agree with Wooly on this one. People are going with the flow because they don't want to get shamed for writing genre fiction. They want to look smart. They want to look like they're in the know. They're ashamed of their ideas and they're hiding it behind certain prose. They're trying to hide the fact that they don't know anything, or they're literally dumb. They're literally dumb and somehow they just got this gig and so they're writing and they literally don't know what they're doing. Now, and the reason why I disagree with him is Huxley's character says simple, primitive people like their poetry to be as artificial and remote from the language of everyday affairs as possible. And this is where I kind of have to disagree. First off. All right. Number one, the stuff that we have left from primitive people has been passed down to us usually through other people. For example, everyone knows that Beowulf cannot represent what actual people during the time of them listening to Beowulf, what they actually would read or speak or talk like. And the reason why is that we know that most of this older language, like the Beowulf stuff, was copied down from oral traditions. And these oral traditions actually really work on an oral level. They just sound very different and more complicated because that's how our brains are working. It's a whole different culture. Another thing is Beowulf and a lot of these particularly older forms of writing were usually preserved by, drumroll, Catholic monks who, by the way, injected into Beowulf artificially Catholic beliefs. This is we're Beowulf, as beautiful and lovely as it is cannot fully represent what simple primitive people believe in or what they enjoyed. And what we think, what Shakespeare, for example, today is considered artificial and remote, but Shakespeare in Shakespeare's time was not necessarily artificial and remote. It was appropriate to that time. In the same way that hymns or liturgy that we might today think to be artificial and remote, at that point in time was not artificial and remote. So I kind of disagree with this argument here. I think this is not true. What I will say is that simple primitive people, okay, having usually a stronger, let's say, religious framework, would often have religious structures of speaking, would have elevated structures of speaking, but that is not the same thing. To have an elevated or almost spiritual way of describing something is not to be conflated with affectation. Am I crazy? What? Now, sure, there are probably some Catholic writings out there, like some religious writing out there that is highly affected and obscure on purpose. We can definitely say that you can levy a case against medieval Catholicism for obscuring things from certain people with Latin, for example, but that's a literal linguistic obscuration. That's not necessarily the obscuration on like on a writing level. And even if we were to say, oh, Chrysostom is obscure and he's not affected. He's just writing in a very different style that might feel obscure because he's A, extremely clever, and B, he's talking about something that's very difficult. So I'm just, I don't know if I agree with that. So I'm going to disagree. I'm going to gut instinct disagree on this take right here. X is no. I think this is a bad take from Myers. But I could be wrong. But my gut instinct says no. Okay, let's move on. I will try not to miss the forest for the tree. Mr. Carden comes off in the novel as a bit of a windbag, but there is at least anecdotal evidence to back up his observation. We know that European peasants were far from pleased when their clergy stopped mystifying them with Latin. Edward Peacock, that is very anecdotal, number one. Number two, that was not entirely true. No. Maybe there were some, but not all. Edward Pocock was an English preacher and linguist whose sermons, according to the Oxford Book of Literary Anecdotes, were always composed in plain style upon practical subjects, carefully avoiding all show and ostentation of learning. But from this very exemplary caution not to amuse his hearers, contrary to the common method then in vogue, with what they would not understand, some of them took occasion to entertain very contemptible thoughts of his learning, so that one of his Oxford friends, as he travelled through Childry, inquiring for his diversion of some of the people, who was their minister, or how they liked him, received his answer, "Our parson is one Mr. Pocock, a plain honest man, but Master said he is no Latiner. This feels anecdotal. And it's very restricted to, once again, religious stuff. Religious stuff is like, for some people, and this would not be applicable to Protestants, for example. This is like Anglicans or Catholic. This is a Catholic problem. This is not, what is this even? Anyway, so setting that aside, okay, let's say that your average person wants to be smarter than they wants to appear smarter than they are, right? That is not necessarily the same as being affected. Like, wanting a sense of mystery about your religious ceremonies is not the same as being affected and obscure. Like, I don't know if we can conflate these two. I'm just not sure. That's why it affects men mostly, because the stupid penis-sized competition we always do when we're young, so they read bad, pretentious books, but they don't know they're bad. Yeah, true. Isn't what we know is Beowulf actually a Christian translation, like much of Roman Catholic, my bad. Yeah. Ecclesial Latin is different from classical Latin. That being said, I'm not sure we have much remaining of vulgar Latin. Yeah, I'm not sure if I like this. But anyway, let's keep moving. Of course, I'm not calling anyone a peasant, but neither am I prepared to believe that the decline of American literature has affected everyone but fans of so-called serious fiction. When reviewers tout a repetitive style as the last word in gnomic control or a mumble of unsustained metaphor as lyrical writing, it is obvious they too are having difficult understanding what they read. Would Mr. Carden be surprised to find them in the thrall of writers who are deliberately obscure or who chant in strange cadences? I doubt it, nor would he be surprised to find unaffected English dismissed today as workmanlike prose, an idiom incompatible with real literature. Stephen King's A Plain Honest Man, just the author to read on the subway, but Master, he is no Latiner. I think what we're having here is maybe people mistake the difference between enjoyment and art. Number one, you can have an overlap, by the way, but some things can be enjoyable but may not be elevated, and some things may be elevated but not enjoyable, and some things may be both. What is annoying to me is that people appear to have to evaluate it. The fact that they're saying, but Master, he is no Latiner, means that they're evaluating something. They feel like, oh, I can't like this unless it's evaluated a certain way. This is very unhealthy, frankly. But anyway, let's keep going. Here, when reviewers tout repetitive style, etc., it is obvious that they too are having difficulty understanding what they read, and I agree with this. There is oftentimes when I've been in class and we're reading something by Donna Hathaway, and I'm thinking, this woman is writing like she's only half understands what she's writing, and everyone in the class is trying to understand what this writer only appears to understand. Like, the writer is not writing to inform, the writer is writing to sound smart. And personally, I hate that. Maybe this is a personality thing. Maybe this is where my personality is coming out, because I have no interest in someone pretending to know things or pretending to sound smart when they're not actually informing me about anything. You might be saying something extremely deep, but if you're not saying it in a way that I can understand, you might as well not say it at all, as far as I'm concerned. And maybe that's a personality thing. And maybe that's why, for me, I disagree with these people on a fundamental level. If someone came to me and was like, but sir, he's no Latiner, I'd be like, fuck you, get a life. But maybe that's once again, that might be me. And that's one of the reasons why maybe I call out the emperor's clothing when I see it, because I'm like, I don't want to be part of that. I don't want to be inflicted with a lot of people standing around not actually informing me about anything, but more focused on sounding competent so that they can get paid. Even Protestants search for the numinous. Yeah, I think mistaking the desire or the pursuit of numinous as being affectation, I think that is a mistake. It happens a lot in philosophy. Specialized languages are deployed to obscure instead of illuminate. Yeah, this is never a good thing, Willie, in my opinion. Especially if you're attempting to convey information to even, let's say you're like top cream of the crop and you're trying to educate a group of people who are also top cream of the crop, you should still be understandable by the top cream of the crop. Like, don't try to obscure what you're saying because you want to sound fancy. Get it out of here. But anyway, that just might be me. That might be a personality thing. That might be just me being crazy. Don't get me wrong. Okay, so now let's go back to this paragraph. Don't get me wrong. I agree with the British critic Cyril Connolly that we need the Mandarin artifice of Woolf and Joyce as much as we need the vernacular straightforwardness of Isherwood and Hemingway. I like this. I like this because this author is suggesting that we can have balance between different styles of writing. We shouldn't just go all one way or the other. I like this. The problem with so much of today's literature is the clumsiness of its artifice, the conspicuous disparity between what writers are aiming for and what they actually achieve. And guess what, chat? We're actually seeing this in television as well. So we have in Rings of Power, the sea is always right. And the reason why this is hilarious is because the writers are trying to achieve an elevation of this belief in the ocean, which I think is fantastic. A lot of people were mocking them. Oh, you're going to believe in the ocean when it's going to turn on you eventually. No, actually, I like that. I like this idea that the thing that you believe in is going to betray you in the end. That, to me, is fine. I'm absolutely fine with that. My issue was the mantra itself. So they are attempting to be religious in Rings of Power. They're attempting to have these numinous moments, but these numinous moments are constantly being undercut. Why? Why are the numinous moments of Rings of Power being undercut? Because the writers are trying to aim for something that they literally cannot write. They're incapable of it because they probably don't have an ounce of the numinous in their bones at all. They have no understanding. There's nothing. People like Vosh and Movie Bob come to mind. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's not your personality. You have good instincts. You're smart enough to know you have to be clear and precise to convey, especially in writing and teaching. Yeah, maybe it's my teacher. Maybe it's my teacher. Leo, my teacher is coming out. The sea is always right. Okay, so let me just read it again for chat. The problem with so much of today's literature isn't the fact that they are trying to go for high descriptions and things, okay? That's not the problem. It is the clumsiness of its artifice. So it is so artificial and clumsy, it's just bad. The conspicuous disparity, the difference between what the writers are aiming for and what they actually achieve. So you have a whole bunch of writers, for example, in Rings of Power, trying to achieve this elevated high fantasy, and it comes off as a sitcom. It's just terrible. Theirs is a remarkably crude form of affectation. Okay, and this is where I really, ooh, this is good. Because do you see the word already that's being going to be read? Okay, here we go. Theirs is a remarkably crude form of affectation, a prose so repetitive, so elementary in its syntax, and so numbing in its overuse of wordplay. Okay, So what is syntax? Does chat know what syntax is? Any knowers in chat? What is elementary syntax? What would be elementary syntax? This is something that Wooly hand waves away, by the way. But which I have talked about ad nauseum. Okay. Definition from Oxford Language Dictionary. It is the arrangement of words and phrases to create well-formed sentences in a language. It is what I call a person's technique, the technical side of writing. Rules of language. Yeah. Well-formed sentences. Knowing how to actually write a sentence. So, for example, Final Fantasy XIV, by the way, has stellar syntax. When you read, like, I know that there are people probably in chat, don't try to deny it, probably eye roll when they go into Limsa and then the early parts of A Realm Reborn. But in terms of immersive writing, that syntax is on point. The amount of times I've read a sentence in Final Fantasy XIV where it sounds old, even though the words are fairly readable and are not obscure, but it has this sense of weight and age. This is due to very, very strong understanding of old-fashioned elevated syntax. Rings of Power has no comprehension of elevation of syntax. So the C is always right, is grammatically correct, but if we're talking about how the sentence is formed to create a sense of elevation, it completely fails. I knew I purged that because it was something from college I had at the time to find California syntax. So the other day I was in, I forget what game it was, and someone was like, "Get the kid out of here." And I was like, "What?" So the thing is, there's nothing wrong with having simplistic syntax. If you're writing a modern day sitcom, for example, and you're trying to crack a joke. But if you're writing for something that's like Rings of Power, for example, you cannot use modern forms of sentence structures. You have to be thinking in a more elevated style. You literally actually have to move around things, and you have to do it carefully so that it's not like, affected or obscure either. You can't do it too much. You can't make it too obscure, but you can't make it so simplistic as to undercut the whole feeling of that scene in, for example, in Rings of Power. So when they are going for affectation, so when they're trying to be affected, it comes off as poorly written because, okay, I'm going to save this, because basically they are using forms of writing that is very, very, very poorly done on a basic sentence structure level. So we don't even have to attack them in terms of their ideas or anything. We can even just look at it from a technical standpoint, and we could say, "What are you doing? Get help," right? And so numbing in its overuse of wordplay that it often demands less concentration than the average genre novel. Okay, so let's go in here. We're going to just mark up. Okay. even today's obscurity is easy, the sort of gibberish that stops all thought dead in its tracks. In fact, I have on more than one occasion found my brain literally just coming to a halt and, how can I say this nicely? Just noping out. Like just going like, okay. And if it gets to such a degree, I will just stop reading. I'll just skip ahead. And I'm like, Cole's notes, right? This may not be the only thing wrong with contemporary fiction, but to discuss matters of plot or character development is to prevent readers unfamiliar with the works in question from following the discussion as critically as they should. Besides, we can all argue about whether a story is interesting or a character believable, but few literate people would deny that a clash of sound discordant is repetitive, or that from whence there could be no way back is absurdly archaic for a story set in the Truman years. Okay, so this is my beef with some people who are going after writing these days. All right. See, there are several levels. We go back. Do you remember, chat? Remember that rubric I talked about? There's several levels of looking at bad writing. And one of the levels that you can look at it is, for example, plot or character. And this is what Despereaux and Nerdrotic and Mahler and EFAP, this is what they're all good at, okay? This is what they're all great at. They can sit down and they can nitpick a story. They can look at plot holes, blah, 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 all day long. But this does not, in my opinion, tackle the actual issue of the writing on a more fundamental level. And so one of the issues I've always had is, okay, we can critique Rings of Power, but where is this coming from? How did this happen? Why are we here? Why did the Acolyte happen? And one of the things that I appreciate is when I see people linking it back to novels and literary fiction, because that is where it's starting from. Okay, the writers who are writing these TV shows are coming from the same pool of people that are writing the novels. They're all rubbing shoulders, and it's affecting everybody. And this is where it's very easy to point at woke propaganda and go, oh yeah, that's woke. Oh yeah, that's woke. I'm also concerned about just the general level of shitty writing that's happening in general. And it's very easy to go, oh, that character's a girl boss that's badly written. It's easy to say, oh, this is a plot point that doesn't make sense. It's less easy to talk about how writing is bad on a technical level. Syntax is the goop that connects words. Civilized languages use suffix and affix, unlike this barbaric mongrel language in English. I may be joking. I was getting it wrong this entire time. Not Plato's rhetoric, Aristotle's rhetoric, the art of persuading about any subject through emotional pulls on the audience. People in medieval fantasy, you are a weirdo buddy. Leave her alone. For real, Karn. A lot of woke writing feels like Aristotelian methods of just hoping emotions can override logic, which, yeah, epic. It appeals to emotion are very natural for a lot of humans, but unfortunately, if you grew up a certain way, I think you close down whenever that happens, and you just get very pissed off. Mahler and all those guys don't read, so they don't very go deep into the problem. I'm sure that on occasion they do actually tackle really stupid sentences like the sea is always right. I'm pretty sure Desparu was mocking the sea was always right, and it should be mocked. But what I'm trying to suggest is that it's not as interesting to talk about the details as it is to just bash something because it says something I don't agree with. It's more nitpicky and annoying to have to sit there and listen to someone explain to you why this writing is repetitive or why this writing is shitty. on a technical level. It's much more fun and hilarious to laugh at lack of continuity in a scene. It is less funny and requires less brain power than it does to sit down and actually tackle sentence structure. Critical drinker is an author. He's on all the time. Emotions do override rational. Most humans rationalize post facto. Most do, yeah, Willie. I agree. Which annoys the fuck out of me. Just sucks to look at this and realize, yeah, we're kind of just animals that forgot we're animals. Yeah. Ish. I think we can say, yeah, sure, we're animals. Okay, let's make that argument. Don't 100% agree, actually, but let's make that argument. We're all animals. Even if we're all animals, we are different enough now that we know the difference. We know why it's bad to do cannibalism. We know why it's bad to, let's just say, hurt someone in a very certain kind of way, which animals do to each other all the time. But just because the animal kingdom is like doing something over there doesn't mean that we are somehow like, oh, well, you know, it is the way it is, you know? Like, unfortunately, we need to remember that we are capable of doing or being quite evil. But at the same point in time, I don't want to hand wave away that evilness as just being another form of animal. That makes sense. It doesn't help that people who defend this woke stuff are ignoring all the plot and character stuff in order of something nevertheless like themes and artful emotion for the sake of it. Yeah, so let's, like, once again, we can critique something on a variety of different levels, right? We can definitely critique something on a variety of different levels. I usually critique it just like I critique the essays, right? I critique it just like I critique essays. You have the ideas, how strong, how universal are the ideas, right? Then you have the plot and character execution. Okay, so that's next. That's another thing you got to think about. You got to think about how was the plot executed? How was the character executed? Were they written well, right? And then there is what I call the technical writing level. So how was it on a technical level? Was the writing good? Was the sentence construction great? Was it fulfilling genre expectations? Right? That's another way. Another one would, and this is a little bit more difficult to suss out, author intention. So the author intends to do one thing and then ends up doing something else completely opposite to what they intended. We could judge them on that as well, I think. It's did they succeed in doing what they wanted to do? No, then they failed. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Super easy. This one is difficult though, because not all authors share what they were trying to do. But in the cases where you can see what they're intending to do, often author intention can be determined by the genre that they are working for. So if they're attempting a specific genre or a specific audience or a specific IP, then that we could also take that as being part of their intention, right? But yeah. Animals eat their children. Most women were riled up into feminism. Most men were shamed in it. Critical Drinker is a pretty bad writer, though. I haven't read his stuff. I'll take your word. I haven't read his work. If you try to fail and succeed, which have you done? Boss here. Ciao for now. Okay. Good luck out there, Wooly. Good luck. Okay. So let's go back to this. So basically, I agree. It is less exciting to nitpick at a sentence structure, and that's just a fact. This makes it even more remarkable that our nation's critics should be so reluctant to discuss prose style. Just compare the amateur book reviews on Amazon to the reviews in major newspapers. The amateurs keep the story to themselves so as not to spoil the fun for others, and tend to make frank recommendations based on how the writer expresses himself, directly or pretentiously, clearly or obscurely, and so on. Most of the average New York Times reviews, on the other hand, is devoted to describing the cast of characters and giving away the plot. Virtually nothing is said about the writer's style, even when, as is often the case, it is held up as the best part of the book under review. Okay, so this is very interesting because he's kind of touching on something that we're seeing right now in Rotten Tomatoes, right? If someone hates or likes a movie, they go to Rotten Tomatoes and they're like, this movie is good, this movie is bad. And you got some more verbose people who will say, I like this movie because the characters were great and on point and the plot was interesting and the fights were good, right? But you go onto like any kind of online reviewer, or you go into, except for like people like Jeremy Johns, for example. I think Jeremy Johns is one of those really great reviewers who get really, they get to the point. But you go into those pretentious kind of journalist reviews, and they're talking about whether it's appropriate, whether it's like the reviews for video games as well, right? The most video game reviews, it's like, I like this game, it's fun, the characters are interesting, great customization. But then you go on to Kotaku or something and they're talking about like children dying in Africa or something. You know what I mean? Like it's all very like, oh, we got to make a social commentary while we're in the middle of it. And so basically, I think this is endemic to almost all forms of reviews of almost anything that's being sold. Okay, so let's look at a typical review. Fundamentally, Mr. Doig is a writer. We read less for anything new that he expresses than for his new and stylish expression, though it serves the conventional wisdom. His is a prose as tight as a new thread and as special as handmade candy. Do you know what I call this? This review right here? You know what this is? I couldn't get a book publishing contract. Hashtag wannabe. Yeah, that's what I call that. That's what I call that. It's also in anime reviews. Oh no. Yeah. Right? This writer, presumably Lee Abbott, is about as pretentious probably as the person he's reviewing. I'm telling you, this is all the same ecosystem. They're all from the same school. They're all rubbing each other's back. It's like, is it nepotism? It's something. Con to Wukong was lack of diversity. Yeah, I'm telling you, most of these people are all in the same boat together, and probably Lee Abbott had subconscious or hidden closet desires to be written, to be an author himself, or at least to be well read, like for people to read his work. And he's about as pretentious as the person he is reviewing. Critics seem to have a hard time discussing prose in a straightforward manner, finding a middle ground, in other words, between stodgy academic jargon and twee comparisons to handmade candy. And we've seen this before. We've seen this in Kotaku talking about video games, okay? This is a thing. It is everywhere. This is no longer just for literary stuff. This is everywhere. At best, they will quote one or two sentences from the text, usually the most stilted ones they can find, along with some empty remark like, "Now that's great writing." An increasingly common practice is to print excerpts in their own little boxes with no commentary at all. The implication is clear enough. If you don't know why that's great, I won't waste my time trying to explain. Okay, let's keep going. Are critics avoiding the subject of prose the better to praise novels which they know are badly written? Perhaps. Americans are often struck by the self-protectiveness of the American literary scene, and even insiders admit that friendship mongering is rampant. See? I told you, it's like feminine energy. The whole, we're all girls, we're all going to the bathroom together. And anyone who speaks out against our little cult clique will be shunned. I'm telling you, it is the most high school girl energy ever. And this is why, if I see people who are supposed to be a bulwark against this idiocy, okay? So we're talking about people who are touting themselves to be critics of this kind of horrific situation setting up. Okay. If you are criticizing the American literary scene and the friendship mongering, the back scratching that goes on, the almost cult-like tribalism, right? That's going on, then you yourself need to be ready to critique people who are bullshitting in their YouTube videos, even if it's a channel that you like and respect. If we are going to call these people out for not calling out bullshit, not calling out the emperor's clothing, then we too have to do it to our own people when our own people are being stupid. And this is one of the reasons why I'm critical of the people I agree with. Because if we can't take criticism, how are we to what moral high ground do we have to then turn around and critique these people? Like, we can't, we got to be better. We got to be better than them. Hashtag my mom thinks I'm a great writer. Oh, Leo. Just so we can all take a step back and breathe. It's funny to think we could be on this island of doom and gloom while everyone else in the world are just enjoying their stories without a care. Maybe. But think about this epic, right? The Acolyte was canceled after wasting a whole bunch of money. That bunch of money could have been used for something that would actually bring happiness to other people. Right? It needn't be elevated. It just needs to be fun. And I'm thinking, let's say, let's not even talk about men, okay? Let's not even talk about what the guys want. Let's talk about what the girls want, since that's politically correct. There was nothing in the Acolyte that your average female would want to see. So the people who are clueless at some point are going to realize something is wrong when it gets so bad and so out of control. Even they will notice it. Like the Paris Olympics, where ordinary people who have no idea, who have no finger on the pulse, don't know anything, don't understand, kind of stumbled through university, didn't really get it, thought their that one children's literature class that they took for that night elective, that was a little weird, but like whatever, right? Oh, yeah. Some of the pictures in World of Warcraft changed. I wonder why that happened. That was so weird. Wasn't that like a hot chick? Now she's a fruit bowl. Oh, that's strange. Oh, well, whatever. Let's go back to rating, right? A lot of those people, they're not going to understand it right away. But eventually, it will get so bad that even they will notice. And that is the problem. So, yeah. I decided to try some close reading of my favorite author earlier today and found that her sentence structure, I suppose syntax, is absolutely terrible. But I absolutely love it. Well, and this is one of the reasons why I also dislike the conversation around this whole thing, okay? There are two levels that we can determine something as being. And remember what I already talked about it. I already mentioned it. I keep mentioning it all the time, right? There's two levels. It goes like this. Venn diagram. There is enjoyable and elevated. And there is a very small, I would argue this is a very small section that is both enjoyable and elevated. Most stuff that is enjoyable is not elevated. And there are a lot of elevated things out there that are not enjoyable. Does this mean that this is bad and this is good? And the answer is no. No, we need to stop this. We need to stop feeling like we have to justify what we are enjoying. Just say, I enjoy it. It might be bad, but I enjoy it, right? What we also need to do is then think about, what about this middle ground right here? So what do we do about that? So we don't need to be justifying elevated or enjoyable. We shouldn't be putting elevated on a pedestal. We shouldn't be putting enjoyable in the shitter. But what we should do is teach this section to our kids. That's all we need to do. We need to find out, what is this middle section? Who wrote them? And we just need to teach it to the children and the teens and the young adults. That's all we need to be doing. And then at the end of the day, after your long, hard day of work, you might read a little bit of elevated fiction. You might read a little bit of enjoyable fiction. You might read a little bit of this in the middle. And guess what? No one should be shitting on you for whatever choice you made. The only thing we should be concerned about is this middle section not going away because of some ideological stupidity going on. Whether it's Christian or whether it's woke or whether it's Islam or some other religion or some other kind of like communist culture thing going on. We just need to make sure this little middle section is not eradicated because of some kind of ongoing propaganda machine. That's all that we need to do. We don't need to sit around justifying, oh, but I love this book. Yeah, you like this book, right? But if you like something that is enjoyable and is poorly written, don't come to me and tell me, oh, it's elevated or, oh, it represents the best of English literature. It does not. But that doesn't mean it can't be enjoyable. We need to, like, you know what I mean? So I had an aunt and uncle being like, oh, 50 Shades of Grey, it's like the best, so good. And I'm like, what? No, it's not. And guess what? You don't have to. Like, stop it. Just say, hey, I enjoyed it. But don't come to me and tell me that 50 Shades of Grey represents really great literature. It does not. But just because we're saying it's not really great literature doesn't mean that you can't enjoy it. And this is where I think people want justification. They want validation. I think it's very unhealthy, but very human. Video essay channels are the plague. Sometimes it feels like that. Comma ridden. I reread Harry Potter last December. Oof. Yeah, J.K. Rowling was a mess. Okay, The Acolyte failed, but how many woke shows that aren't hijacking another franchise didn't fail, you know? How many of them succeeded? That's the question we need to ask. How many of them got widespread acclaim? Like, I love Dead Boy Detectives, and I love the Sandman show. No one's talking about them. Sandman was really good. Sandman was written fairly well. No one went after it, right? Because there was nothing to really critique. There was a few maybe nitpicky things here and there, but like nothing to uber critique in terms of writing. So it was ignored, right? It's not easy pickings. So we can look at Sandman and go, oh, okay, Sandman is, you know, it's a successful woke literature, right? It's a successful woke franchise. No, it's not. It barely got a second season. I was on tenterhooks. I was like, is it going to get a second season? Nearly didn't. And it was still very good. The reality is, just because something is well written, whether it's woke or not, these days, it doesn't mean that you'll survive, right? Because there's a whole other problem with people not knowing when something is good, not watching it the right way. In the case of Sandman, everyone finished watching The Sandman, but the problem was nobody binged it. So Netflix was like, well, it's not bingeable, so I guess we shouldn't make a second season. What? Right? So there's a whole other factors. There are other factors. The thirst for Smilo Ren was real, Chinko. Women want a man who knows where. Is that too much to ask? I don't watch TV, gave up years ago. Yeah, that was quick. Boss be ready to collapse. Oh, wow. What was Wooly doing to his boss? Did the Pharaoh get your boss, Willie? Willie's at work at this. Just for the record, to be fair, I object to a lot of censoring that came with it, and they were just using it as an excuse, but the actual lady pictures and questions depicted female employees, but one of the handsome male employees. Don't pictures in WoW have like 20 pixels? Is it fair to ask why they enjoy something? Yeah, I'm at work, Epic. Books are fine if the face isn't recognizable, unless it's a legal issue for likeness. Boobs are fine, yeah. People elevate Stephen King too much, like he's this actual great writer. I don't get it. Why is it so difficult to make you like something mediocre? What's the problem? People want people to tell them that they are good. People need people to be like, hey, you did good. Yeah, you're good because you like this book. Or you don't like this book. Not boys who buy the toys the shows are made for. Yeah, but you know what I say to that? If teen girls and young adult men want to have certain things represented, number one, it's that's a corporate decision, right? Number two, then they got to get on the train, right? It's like the guys who've been shafted by the publishing industry. The whole question of, did the industry shaft them first, or were they shafted because they pieced out in the 80s when the computer arrived? So, yeah. All this to say, Shay, I don't think you should feel upset if one of your favorite authoresses or authors, I don't think if one of your authors doesn't have the greatest syntax, doesn't mean you can't enjoy them. Doesn't mean that you can't like them. You should like what you like. The important part is to also make sure that you have like a stable influx of positive stuff so that you're not in the monkey house. And we should ensure that the educational institutions are choosing from the enjoyable and elevated cross-section, and not just from the elevated because it's elevated, not from the enjoyable because it's enjoyable. It has to come from both. And oddly enough, or not oddly enough, most classics, if they are correctly taught to kids with the correct background, most classics are actually incredibly enjoyable. The reason why some kids might find classics dull is because the foundation that they have to enjoy them is not there. Or because the teacher is just shit. But if you teach it the right way, things can be really exciting. It's how you're going about it. Okay, so we have just got to the point where he's basically suggesting that and I agree with him on this one, he is basically suggesting in this paragraph, from this paragraph here to this paragraph here, he's basically saying the novelists and the reviewers are both smelling each other's farts, and this is all about networking. And so most of, oh my gosh, look at what he said here. I did not pre-read this. Look at this. At the very least, it seems safe to say that book reviewers, most of whom are novelists in their own right, have had a hard time emulating the frankness of film and theater critics. I'm telling you, this thing right here said to me, wannabe. They're wannabes. The reviewers are wannabes. And unfortunately, the same people who are wannabe viewers for literature have seeped into wannabe reviewers for anime and reviewers for video games. They all come from the same pool of stupidity and mindfuckery, and they're ruining everything, and they need to shut up. They need to get fired. Herbert Gold tells how he began to review a book by acknowledging his friendship with the writer. Oh boy. Oh boy. The book review editor rejected my notice by saying, "We don't admit friendship plays any part in reviewing. If it does, we don't admit it." And it was also clear that he was rejecting me for betraying the charade of objectivity. Holy shit. So, I don't know if you know this, but sometimes self-published people who are more rich than others, or sometimes fairly influential people, will send out copies for review to certain people. And when those people review on Amazon, they have to say that this was a review of a free copy. This is basic 101. Hello. YouTube people have more morality around this whole thing, where they have to admit that they have a sponsorship before they recommend to buy something. Hello. Well, obviously these people are amoral AF. Once Gold received galleys of a new novel along with a form letter from the publisher, he introduced it by saying it was by the frequent reviewer X with a clear implication. Okay, so we're going to save as a copy. Save. And then we're going to open up the last page. Chat, we're at the last page. Now your novelist to praise. Tomorrow, perhaps your own very, very own reviewer. When the publisher printed my comment on the book jacket, he deleted my accusation of blackmail. Of course, it's one thing to say that this goes on, and another thing to point the finger at a rave review without evidence. When J. McKerney praises Don DeLillo's analytical rigor, I have to assume that he means it. I have kept this book short in the assumption that a brief look at 5 contemporary novelists will suffice to show at least part of what is wrong with American prose at the turn of the millennium. I have chosen Paul Auster, Don DeLillo, David Gutterson, Cormac McCarthy, and Annie Proulx I cannot even say her last name, not because I bear them any malice, but because each has received overwhelmingly favorable reviews, been honored with at least one literary award, and sold well over 500,000 copies. All but DeLillo have recently seen their novels made into movies. Well, no more. Don't fear, Myers. They just made a Don DeLillo movie. Just as importantly, each represents a different faction within the fold of modern prose. McCarthy's fondness for archaism, for example, is shared by numerous writers today, as is I don't even know how to say her name, P's overuse of metaphor. I should make clear, however, that these five all write either at or slightly above the average level of contemporary prose. So, this is where I'm saying Don DeLillo, when I read Don DeLillo, it's hard not to be a little intimidated because he does have a very strong writing style. Unfortunately, his ideas are shit. While it might be considered fairer and more entertaining to deal with a handful of truly awful obscurities, this would do nothing to prove either the existence of a trend or the cultural establishment's role in encouraging this. Yeah, so if he went after somebody we never heard about, people would be like, well, that's just fringe. That's just a fringe problem. No biggie. Nothing to see here. Moving on. But he is suggesting here that there is a trend, a cultural trend, and the establishment has a role in encouraging it. Needless to say, my opinions derive from reading entire novels. The excerpts in this book are provided to explain these opinions to readers, to forestall charges of seeking out isolated howlers, a practice rightly dismissed by Evelyn Waugh as a badger digging of literary blood sports. I have drawn as much material as possible from opening chapters, which tend to reflect writers at their best, and from passages already quoted by admiring reviewers and scholars. Wow. So he's going to go deep. Nothing is quoted that is not representative of the writer in question. Anyone who doubts me on this is welcome to read all the excerpted books and all the excerpted journalism for that matter from start to finish. One more thing. Back in the old days, when there was still some Holden Caulfield in the national psyche, the greatest sin was held to be pretension. Now it is the unassuming storyteller who is reviled, while mediocrities who puff themselves up to produce gabby literary fiction are guaranteed a certain respect, presumably for aiming high. I make no apology for flouting this convention, i.e. for discussing so-called literary novelists in a tone that the New York Times likes to reserve for mocking Jackie Collins. It is as easy to aim high as to aim low. Isn't it time we went back to judging writers on whether they hit the mark? And this goes back to what I said, okay? This goes back to what I said here. We can critique the ideas. We can critique the plot and character execution. We can critique the technical writing level. But author intention, what were they trying to do, is really where you hit them hardest, okay? You can disagree with a person's ideas all day long. You can dislike how something was explored. You can look at someone's shitty writing and go, oh, that's shitty, you know? But where it really matters, as far as I'm concerned, is did the author achieve what they said they would achieve? And if the answer is no, then to the bin you must go. I mean, there are levels, I think, of terribleness. I definitely don't think you should just toss some people out because, you know, like some like there's some part of it that wasn't as great as another part. But generally speaking, I mean, like very generally speaking, if it's just really, really bad, then, you know, it gotta go. And this last line here, it is as easy to aim high as to aim low. Has anyone else connected this to something else? Did anyone else, does this concept remind anyone of something that we have heard lately. I'll give a hint. It's related to video games, and it's something Asmongold has repeated a couple times. Okay, so let's see what people are saying. Wooly, Leo, and Wooly and Leo talking about Stephen King, where he collapsed. Can confirm, bought more figures post 21. It helped. I had money by then. SFWA Grandmaster doesn't mean much, though. I don't like the age where we have to question accolades. Going to be honest, I stopped trusting critics and reviews a long time ago. That's fair. Mid-sized YouTubers and stream reviews are pretty good for Vidya. Only Kotaku. I trust some critics, like the ones who recommended this book. That's true. That's fair. Myers is aware they made White Noise as a movie. I'm sure he's crying and screaming in some... He's in Korea pretending it didn't happen. As an author, the concept of death of the author does scare me. How can I say it? It should never stop you from wanting to explore what you can offer. Death of the author is a thought experiment that is useful in a classroom. It's almost like, going into a lab and you're a very responsible scientific student who's in here to do a very scientific experiment. It's kind of dangerous. You're going to be zapping some neutrons through this or that. You're not doing this IRL just for shits and giggles, right? The same thing, I think, the same sense of rigor and cautiousness needs to be applied to the thought experiments that are happening in literature. And as such, contemplating things like death of the author, postmodernism, the shifting of symbols, things like this, I have no problem with taking risks on a certain level. It's when you bring it into the real world uncritically is the problem. Okay, so let's say you and I we're sitting by a campfire and you're like, I wonder if the universe is made out of just sounds, and when we speak we're vibrating on a certain level, and depending on our intention we could vibrate reality to something. And I'll just be sitting there and I'll be like, keep talking. Yeah, all right, let's go down this. Right? Let's go down this hole. There's no problem, in my opinion, with asking stupid questions. The problem is when you start taking those questions and applying them in a very real way to people's lives. And you start shitting on people for not agreeing with you, or you start trying to propagandize your musings in someone else's writing. This is not good, right? We could sit all day at in a class in university and we can talk about death of the author. I never had a problem with that. My problem was when my professor was talking about death of the author, teaching from a book that she wrote herself. That's where I had a problem. It's about how is this being carried out? Is this being done with rigor? Is this being done with a sense of self-awareness? And worse, is this being taken to a place where it shouldn't be taken? For example, there's a concept in physics called spooky action at a distance. And there were some people who thought they understood physics and they ran with it. And now we have something called manifestation going on. And it's just like, stop it. Stop. Right? Just because some people in physics are asking questions and doing some weird experiments and seeing some things happening on a subatomic level doesn't mean that we should be encouraging people to run out and chant numbers in order to shift reality. Do you see what I'm saying? This is where I'm saying, don't be worried about death of the author. You shouldn't be worried because it should just be a thought experiment in a class. And people who decide to apply death of the author to your writing epic, they're not worth paying attention to anyway. Just ignore them. Just give them the middle finger. Keep writing. Can we memory hole Ruther Fuss? I'm telling you, Chieko, you should buy this book. It's in my cart. I might have had to make some financial decisions this past month that has made things a little tight, but maybe I can afford a secondhand version in 2 or 3 weeks. No one cares how hard you worked. Is it good? The bald one. Oh, Wooly. Wooly knows exactly where my mind went. Chef's kiss, Wooly. I assume Zoomers now think Tolkien was pro-trans communist. Sure as hell feel encouraged by that. Yeah. Epic, you should never worry about what the crazies are saying. You know what I mean? Once again, I love exploring certain crazy things, you know, at a campfire with a cooler in my hand. I can listen to a lot. Recently, I was talking to one of my relatives, and she said something. She was like, oh, I shouldn't probably be talking about this with you. You probably think I sound like an idiot. And I was like, no, you just go ahead. Tell me. Right? I never want to be that kind of person who's going to shit on someone for having a question or thinking something weird. It's when they start pushing it into things that shouldn't have it in it. So, like, you can believe in manifestation all you want. Go over there and believe in it. But don't put manifestation in J.R. Tolkien. You can decide for whatever reason that like God is a woman, but don't put that in my rendition of The Witcher. You know, like, just leave it out. Don't read it, Chia. It will cost you. I had someone made a hate post on me in roleplay Discord because I am roleplaying a femboy, but IRL I'm straight. Oh, were you not representing enough, Epic? People can be super crazy. Yeah. You're really chill to talk to. Can't confirm. Well, thank you. It's something I've worked on very, very hard. But I'm going to get back to what Wooly said because Wooly understood it exactly. Let's talk about it. When this writer, Myers, talks about this, he says, it is as easy to aim high as it is to aim low. Isn't it time we went back to judging writers on whether they hit the mark? You see, we're having this thing right now where we have these video games that are failing. And what is one of the first things that they say? They were like, oh, we tried. We were working so hard, right? So what they were saying is we were aiming high. We were working hard. We were putting all of our time into this. Sometimes I doubt that, but you know. Okay, so Asmongold was like, we don't care what the situation is behind the scenes. We're looking at the end product and we're judging it based on that. And he is absolutely 110% correct. You see, you can come to me and say, oh, I was trying this. It doesn't matter if you were trying this. That at the end of the day, effectively, we are reading your book. We paid money to read this book. We are going to be judging you on whether you hit the mark. Now, when we use this word here, judging, I don't think this is where we go into someone and be like, you're a shit human being, and if you were dying on the side of the road, I'd never help you. That's not what when we're talking about judgments here, we're talking about making analytical critiques of the writing. We're not getting personal. We're not throwing shade here like we're in 6th grade, right? We're talking about going back to that little Venn diagram. Do you remember that Venn diagram that I drew of, what is enjoyable versus what is elevated? And if we're reading what someone wrote and we're like, oh, this is really enjoyable, but it's not elevated, we're making an analysis here. Like, chill the fuck out. Right? Chill out. So when we're judging writers on whether they hit the mark, it's very similar to how we're judging video games, whether they hit the mark. And you might come to me as a writer and you could say, I spent 8 years on this book. I don't care. If it's shit, it's shit. Now, what is the cardinal sin for a book, for me? What is the worst thing that a book can do? And we should absolutely 110% rag on it. And if you think this book is good, you are a shit human being. Okay, it's this book out here. It is neither elevated nor is it enjoyable. It is neither. It's out here and shitland. So it's not enjoyable or meaningful or elevated. There's no meaning. There's no greater meaning behind it. And it's not enjoyable as well. Prose has a section of a book in her book about some tryhards who didn't work hard enough. I can't wait to get to it, Shay. I've been actually writing. I know, chat. I keep saying I've been writing. I have been writing. I've been writing and teaching. So this group of people out here, we can like, if someone comes to me and is like, this book is not, and the book is not enjoyable and it's not elevated, I'm like, get out of here. You have terrible taste and the writer has terrible taste and the writer should stop writing and the people who think that this is good should probably stop talking. Let's see. I guess femboy world. I guess so. Yeah, well, it's probably because in their brains they want to equate femboys with being wooby and being part of the oppressed class. So Lord forbid they be oppressive. Wooly has some choice words about certain game types. Being doused with urine if burning alive. So you can go all Sarah Maas and write porn, or be Foster Wallace and write nonsense and complicated language. No. See, Sarah J. Maas, I put in here. I put her in enjoyable. You can enjoy Sarah J. Maas on a certain level if you're a certain kind of person. My contention is that if you are faking elevation and you're not great to read, then you are in the shit tier. They spend a long time on writing something and turned out to be crap. That just makes me view you as inept. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You look at those kinds of people and you're like, why did I finish more chapters? Oh, did I finish more chapters? Oh. How did no one realize it was crap? It's crazy how many people can go away and do things. Actually, it's more crazy to me that video games get put out and people somehow don't know it's crap. Somehow. Which makes me wonder if the game devs are lying and they knew it was crap and they're just lying. Whereas it's more believable to see an author go away because authors generally work alone. So if you are a lonely novelist going off into the ether by yourself, you're going to think that you're writing something great when you're not. That I can understand. 1.0. Yes, Realm Reborn 1.0. Everyone knew it was shit. Everyone knew it was shit. How many game devs feel that way? I bet there are quite a bit. They know what they know. The few that don't know are obviously stupid. Whereas I think if you're working alone as a novelist, it's very easy for you to end up not writing something meaningful. That's what I mean by the word elevated or enjoyable. And so this not enjoyable or elevated, that is where I put all of these people here. This lit fiction of today. It's not enjoyable to read and it's not elevated. It's not actually saying anything meaningful. And so, yeah. So I would put litfic down here. It's not actually saying anything really meaningful. We'll say some litfic. Because maybe there is some litfic that kind of squeezes into elevation, but certainly not enjoyability. So anyway. Should I say most litfic? That's the good question. I don't know. Anyway, that was very good. I liked it. If I can find... I found this book free on Internet Archive. So I might read the book for free online, but if not, if I read it with like a physical copy, then I will let you know. I'm also reading a book called Reading Like a Writer by Francine Prose, who is very, very fascinating. I've enjoyed her stuff as well. She's been pretty good. She's been pretty good. Been enjoying that quite a bit. But I've not read a ton because obviously I'm yeah. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to try to keep things chill, but I kind of was curious about this. All right. Now, before we get into looking at this, I kind of want to first see if there's a trailer for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Let's see. I don't want to watch a whole showcase. Ooh, okay, so let's do this trailer and let's do this teaser. And between the two, it should be Litfic Reading Group when? Oh gosh, VLX. Hail to the no, to the no. Okay, so there's this video that someone recommended. It said Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 drama. Diversity outrage explained in detail. This is fascinating. I don't know who Toasty Gaming is. I don't know if this is good, bad. I have no idea. But before we watch it, let's watch a few teasers so then I can see what this game is about. I believe it's a medieval game, but what kind of a medieval game it is, I don't know. So I'm going to educate myself before we go in here. Okay, so let's do some basic education.
Peggy 18. I have concluded a very fragile truce with Sigismund, and if anyone should disrupt my plans with headstrong acts of violence, there will be consequences.
I intend to wage war, not parley.
Everything all right, eh?
We need more people. The best thing would be to recruit...
The head of that horse looked like... it looked like something else. Medieval, historic, no magic. Didn't like the combat, though. KCD is a masterpiece. Is that a horse? Is that a horse party or something else? This is special. Oh no, I did not. Oh, okay. Maybe we can do that after this.
All right, eh?
We need more people. The best thing would be to recruit from your old comrades.
It's a crack horse,
Well,
yeah.
if I'm not already swinging on the gallows somewhere.
Will you help us, Henry?
Oh no, it's a white male protagonist. Absolute fail. This would have been so much better if he was black, obviously. Wow, they sure like hanging in this game. Well, Well, they got a woman here. That should count for something. She has a crossbow. Doesn't that count for something? Not enough?
I like that boy already.
I love the music. The music is very nice. Okay, let's see what this is. What is this? Oh, I can already see what the problem is. There's not enough brown or black people in here. There's no Asians. No Asians. Epic fail. Oh, we're back to the hanging. We're back to hanging people.
I always dreamt of leaving this place. Becoming more than a peasant.
You know the trouble with an adventurous life? It can end before it gets started.
Congratulations, Sir Knight. You finally become a man.
Wake up! Pull yourself together, Henry.
Nobody will hand anything on a platter to men like you and me.
You still have a long way to go till your work is done.
Sounds like it's very heavy on the drama as much as it is on the gameplay. Like it seems like they're really leaning into.
O merciful God, be kind and protect us, so we don't blow our arses off. Amen.
Okay, that's funny. Alrighty. Okay. So we're gonna find out why is this video game so bad. My guess is there's too many white people. Now, when is Kingdom Come Deliverance set in? What year is it? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 period time period. 1403 in the Kingdom of Bohemia. Oh, I can't say. But anyway, I actually know about this. Okay. The time of King Wenceslas IV. Ooh, good King Wenceslas went out on the feast of Stephen. Okay. 1400s. Okay. All right, so we're talking about something that's in this literal center of Europe. And we're talking about something that happened between the Crusades and the more expansionist period that would be like the 1700s. So this literally falls in the period of time when Europe was more or less closed down. There wasn't really much much exploration. I think there was some sailing being done in terms of the navies. I believe 1492 is when Columbus sailed the ocean blue. But in terms of really expanding colonially, not happening. And this is apparently set in Bohemia, which would be Central Europe, leaning a little to the east. So that would be like what, modern day Czechoslovakia, probably part of Germany and Poland, I would imagine, right? Because Bohemian would have been linked to, would it be the Holy Roman Empire? Holy Roman Empire? Too many churches, too little fire. Oh, hello, Herman. Yeah, you just missed our look at Myers' introduction on the Reader's Manifesto. You just missed an in-depth look at literary fiction. For the most part, very, very interesting, very good. But today we're going to shift gears and we're going to take a look at what is the problem with this game. I'm kind of curious. And then after that, if we have time, we'll look at an acolyte discussion from Greg Owen. So let's see what's happening. My guess is too many white men, not enough people of color, even though people of color wouldn't have existed in this part of the world. And I'm a little bit confused. Okay, I'm a little bit confused here. If Europe was so patriarchal and insular as to be racist towards certain people groups, particularly the Jews, why? How can I say this? I'm trying to figure out if what I'm thinking is logical. I think it feels logical to me, but it might not be logical. Okay, so chat, help me know if this is logical, okay? Let's say we have a people group. Let's say we have a province. Let's say we have a province in Canada. So, oops. So, wait a minute. Here. Okay. So we have this province in Canada. Most provinces in Canada are square. Down here, we have a big city, let's say like Toronto. And in this city, we have a lot of different people from different backgrounds. This whole area is just full of people from different backgrounds. But if the more you go into the countryside, the more you go into these little cities, these little countryside towns up here, you're going to get more and more what we call the white community, And when the people who are not white end up moving into the white communities, we can see that some white people are just fine with this. There's no beef, no biggie, no problem. But you're going to get some people who are going to be a little bit, a little bit xenophobic, a little bit racist. Okay. And then we get this whole white people in North America / Europe are racist. But do you know what's really weird? Down here, where these people of color have been hanging out for, quite some time now, for the past 100 years or so, the white people in here tend to be have less issue, generally speaking, than the people up here. And the idea is if they simply spend more time, so the concept is if they spend more time with people of color equals less racism. Like eventually people will get wise, right? So these people up here just need time, right? They just need time. So this is the situation. This is the rhetoric that surrounds this whole situation. The idea that, well, if they'll get used to it, they just need some time. Blah, blah, blah. My issue is if we're going to come out with this idea that Europe was inherently racist during the medieval period, wouldn't that preclude, therefore, that the people of color were like just not as commonly amongst them? Hence why there was a lot more xenophobia and racism and shit later on. Like, I'm confused. You want to have a non-white Europe, but yet you want Europe to be xenophobic and racist. Like, the reality is that if you give most humans a chunk of time to hang out with other humans from, like, if you put them in a melting pot like Canada, you're always going to have a bit of racism. That's always going to exist. But generally speaking, most average people won't care anymore. They will be used to it. There won't be that discomfort, usually. Like, I'm confused by, we want diversity in our historical medieval game, but at the same time, we want to be outraged about Europe being racist. Now, we actually do know that Europe was racist about the Jews for a long time. But there are some other factors, I think, that can deal with that. And it's not necessarily just about race. I think religion played a large part. But anyway, let's watch.
Welcome to Toasty Gaming, where today we'll take a look at the diversity drama surrounding KCD2's upcoming release.
Okay, let's see it.
This drama has its roots in an interview conducted by IGN roughly 4 months ago, in which they questioned the global PR manager at Warhorse on whether KCD2 is going to be sufficiently diverse, and in which they confronted Warhorse with quote-unquote allegations that KCD1 wasn't sufficiently diverse. This sparked quite a little bit of internet outrage, and
Bohemia surely couldn't have been diverse.
Because I feel like IGN's demands for a form of diversity which is only relevant to a small part of the American left wing, and also the way that certain people online supported those demands, shows a core problem you have with games journalists and those people, namely a lack of respect for other people's cultures, countries, and identities.
Well, I mean, they're railroading China for not having diversity in Wukong. And Wukong represents the most Chinese culture that you can ever culture on the planet. So we all know this isn't really about being inclusive. We know this isn't about making people feel okay about their cultures. We know this isn't about being anti-racist. They're the racist ones. They're the exclusive ones. They're the ones with the propaganda that's trying to shove their propaganda in everybody's mouth, regardless of whether you're a person of color or not. It's all fake. We all know this.
I felt this particularly strongly with KCD2 because as an Austrian, for me, the historical backdrop of KCD2 is something I literally learned in high school. The events that take place in Bohemia at the time aren't a major part of Austrian history, but they do play a role in mostly opening the path for the Habsburgs to rise to power in Central Europe, because the Bohemian part of the HRE weakened itself so much due to those conflicts. But that's not relevant here. I just mean that I personally also felt involved in this debate because it was in a way also an insult to my history when you're trying to redraw it in accordance to your personal political views instead of just respecting it and leaving it alone.
I hate to break it to you, Mr. Austrian man. Number one, as an Austrian, I don't know why you think you are somehow exempt from being labeled white. Newsflash, you're white. You're part of Europe, you're white, so you're fucked, okay? So that's number one. Number two, Austria is in Europe. You're European. European is part of the Western world, so you're fucked. Number three, this whole fucking cultural Marxism, I'm sorry, it came from Europe. Take ownership, please. Thank you. Period.
And so I decided to make this video in which I'm going to talk about a few points that I find disrespectful by IGN and that I find cross the line with the demands certain people made online. The first and smallest problem I have with this entire debate is how IGN forced themselves into the hype around KCD2. To use a very overdrawn example, this felt a little bit like we as a KCD2 community, as the Kingdom Come Deliverance community, particularly here in Central Europe, where I can speak from my personal experience, were very happy about this game and peacefully just sitting here like Skalitz was at the beginning of KCD1, and then you suddenly had IGN and their online allies coming in as the massive raiding, murdering human horde descending upon our peaceful existence here. It's a bit very overdrawn, but I believe it's a pointed way of showing how this entire situation felt, because no one wanted to talk to IGN.
See, the problem is this poor man is like, we were doing nothing. No. You don't understand, my dear good sir. Simply by being a male and enjoying some forms of entertainment, you have committed the cardinal sin of perpetuating violence and oppression on everyone who doesn't happen to be a white European or a woman. Period.
Hype around KCD2 was massive, and Warhorse was also willing to give interviews. Like, for example, the German GameStar, a German games publication, received a 2-hour interview face-to-face with Warhorse. But IGN didn't receive an interview. People always talk about the major IGN interview that led to this entire debate, but IGN literally just bombarded Warhorse with questions until they were forced to answer. I wouldn't call that an email interview, as IGN called it. I would call that email harassment, but that's just my opinion. But nobody wanted to talk to IGN. That's the point here. IGN asked like 4 questions by email, and then Czech influencers, Czech games publications, German games publications were receiving easily 2-hour interviews, full studio tours, full program, because Warhorse wanted nothing to do with those, let's be honest, from my opinion and from the opinion of most people, weird individuals at IGN. But IGN forced themselves into this debate by basically harassing Warhorse with emails. And this is why I used this example of the human board coming down upon Scarlet, because this was less an interview. This was more like we as a community were just peacefully sitting here, and the gates were barred in a way, like with Scarlet, and then you suddenly had IGN just coming in, trying to ram the gates open by writing their weird little email questions to Warhorse until Warhorse had no other choice but to answer. And I think taking this road, this debate here, the IGN has no right to force themselves into the KCD2 hype. I think it's a weird tack to take. I think I would not have started out with this one. And here's the factual fact. Okay, journalists. This is kind of no one has the right to force themselves into anything. But I'm sorry, if anyone has the right to force themselves into anything, it's a journalist. The whole point of being a journalist in some ways is being a bit of a badger. And the KCD2 community, hearts and prayers and condolences go out to the KCD2 community, but I hate to break it to you, okay? I hate to break it to you, but there's such thing as it's called the paparazzi. They constantly insert themselves into celebrities' lives. Okay, this is nothing new. Just I recommend going out grocery shopping. It's probably been a little while for you, but you can just go down to the place where you pay for your food. Okay, take a look at the rack. All right, all of those photos there. A lot of them were taken with telephotos from a great distance. Okay, it's called journalism and paparazziism. Now, is it good? No. But does this make the KCD2 situation like, oh my god, oh, we've been victimized? Now, I think this is fairly normal. I hate to break it to you. Sending repeated emails and stuff does not mean like let's not fall into this. I was harassed by emails. If you are a major company, you're going to get sent multiple emails. Period. Like, we don't need to make the KCD2 people woobies in order to feel sympathetic for the situation. Right? Like, they could just be like, nah, we're going to ignore it. We're going to go. So I think this is a weird take here. I think this is a weird one. I wouldn't go this route. I don't think we need to make KCD2 devs woobies in order to feel sympathetic for how they've been represented by the media. You can get several emails from people. There's a delete button. You could go, oh, wait a minute, this is from IGN. I'm not going to even read the title. Delete. It's that hard. Oh no, I had to delete an email. Oh my gosh, oh my giddy head. I gotta go lie down. Yeah. IGN doesn't do journalism. Warhorse should have blocked and black. Yeah, I don't, it's as easy as that. I think IGN has the legal right to send emails and ask questions. Warhorse has the legal right to block them and delete the emails. Coming out and being like, oh, poor Warhorse,
they've been emailed by IGN repeatedly. So what? IGN has been going around and talking to people about the situation. Yeah, they're trying to make content based on the situation. Yeah, no shit. White. Racism is a cardinal sin. It cannot be tolerated or encapsulated. It's complicated. History of colonialism and slavery and concepts like race, essentialism being at the forefront. Propagating it even further doesn't make sense. He's a bit dramatic. He's being a bit dramatic. Journalists have the right to be heroes, but that right has been abused too often. Journalists are propaganda arm of the state, nothing more. Does this guy work for Warhorse? No. He's speaking for Warhorse. IGN does rhetoric, not journalism. They're trying to enforce state ideology, not report or make content. Look, we can talk all day long about what journalists are or are not doing, okay? But if a journalist, whether they're woke or not, is going out to try to find answers to content, even if those questions are asked from a disingenuous position, or whether they obviously have an axe to grind, if they're going out to find answers from alternative sources, that's their prerogative. They're trying to make money, trying to make content, trying to grind their ideological axe. What do you think they're going to do? This is their job. So, like, to me, this is like, duh. Like, he's literally he's not just complaining that IGN sent emails or one email or multiple emails. He's also complaining, this person here is complaining that IGN went to other sources to find information to answer their questions. This is a bad take. This I would not have started out. This is a weak argument. Never start your essay out with a weak argument. If you're going to put it anywhere, I would put it after this one right here. I'd squeeze it right there in the middle and do a little lull with a semi-weak argument about how annoying they are, and then go back to doing your strong argument. Strong, weak, strong. Strong, strong, weak, strong is the strongest way you can go when it comes to making an essay.
I already dislike that because there was a clear message from Warhorse that they don't want to have all that much to do with it.
You don't have to white knight for Warhorse. I'm sure they know how to use the delete button in their emails.
IGN, particularly after how they behaved around KCD1. And then you just had IGN coming back and still using their following to just force their way into a debate where they just aren't welcome, to be honest. And this was my first and honestly smallest issue with this entire situation. I will give him this. He said it was the smallest thing, in which case I'd just delete this. Major problem with the demands for more diversity in KCD2 is how they are worded. This might seem like a small issue, but it actually already shows a lack of understanding for Central European culture and for the reality of life around here. But it also shows that there is an unwillingness among left-wing Americans to just accept that the American idea of ethnicity and diversity isn't globally applicable and that it in fact only functions in the US. To start out with my problem on wording, the issue I have is that many Americans, well, American leftists, are calling for there to be more racial diversity in KCD2. The problem here is that race is a very loaded term in Central and Eastern Europe. This has to do with the Nazis who used race to describe, well, their entire racial ideology. And this means that in Central Europe, this is more or less a forbidden term. You can't talk about Rassen anything in German without crossing the line, well, almost crossing the line into Wiederbetätigung, which is a special set of criminal offenses in both Germany and Austria, which have been passed to keep the Nazis from ever getting back into power again, because when you start talking about race, you literally sound like a Nazi to us. And the same goes for Eastern Europe. It might not be illegal, but Eastern Europeans also detest using anything with race to talk about different ethnic groups because they have been on the receiving end of a racial ideology, namely of the racial ideology of the Third Reich, and they have been murdered in their millions because of this. And then you suddenly have an American coming in and explaining to us how we need to talk a little bit more about race. And what surprises me the most is that those people don't even understand that from our perspective, they don't sound like some kind of enlightened, diverse intellectual. They sound like a fucking Nazi. And this is the first issue I have. If you already have a demand for more diversity, then at least try to word it in a way that is less connotated around here. And I know you can argue that, yeah, but in English it has a different connotation. I know that it has a different connotation in English, but you're not making a demand from Hollywood, you're not making a demand from some British company, you're making a demand from a Czech games developer who is producing a game that is mostly has seen its success in a Central European market and in a German-speaking market, and you can't just barge in here and start expecting us to just interpret your ways in the way in which you wish them to be interpreted. And this is the first issue I have with the wording. Now to
Yeah, I agree. This is a very good, very lovely argument. Okay, and this is what we can call American supremacist, American supremacist thoughts. This idea that everyone cares about the same thing and should care about the same thing that Americans care about. And newsflash, hello. As someone who sounds American. But I'm Canadian, I assure you. No, even as a Canadian, you know what? We're pretty Americanized. Let's all be real here. Okay, so North American accepting poor Mexico down south, who has us literally sitting on its back. But, you know, aside from Mexico, because I really don't feel like there's a lot of strong voices coming out of Mexico. But from Canada and America, there's a lot of us who are sitting around expecting other cultures to just fall in line with our way of how the world should be run. And I think a big mistake is the lack of awareness of diversity within a place. I mean, chat, surely some of you have seen those weird ass things where people call Africa a country, right? And they probably view Europe as a single massive entity because of the EU. So they just think, oh, all of Europe is just like France and England, even though England has left. But like, they just view all of Europe as being exactly like Western Europe, not understanding that there is an actual massive cultural divide between the West and the East. It's a bit of an issue. Like, hello, do you not know? But I mean, for people who are all about sensitivity training, how can they not understand this very, very basic difference between Eastern and Western Europeans? I don't know. I think Warhorse told them to fuck off, and they have the right to do that. I agree. Yeah, they should just be like giving everyone the middle finger and just doing what they want. Just follow the money. All this ideology stuff is super surface level. Yeah, just ignore it. Make money. I think it's fair that he's complaining. It's basically, if the Ministry of Culture and Censorship pays you a visit, you know their intentions. I have nothing wrong with what he's talking about, Karn, on the big picture level, right? But do you remember what I talked about in terms of writing, right? You can have great ideas, but if your ideas are poorly organized, if you're not using the right voice, if you're not using the right words, if you're not it doesn't matter how good your ideas are. It's how you also present them that matters. And in this case, although I agree with his general thing, I just agreed with his chapter. We don't even use the term racial diversity in Central Europe. I 100% agree that the journalists of IGN are displaying a disturbing level of lack of cultural awareness and sensitivity. They need to go to cultural sensitivity training, obviously, to understand how to talk to people from Central Europe. I, however, disagree with this little front thing. And thankfully, he even admitted this point was very weak, and he should have probably not even put it in here, because he doesn't have to white knight for Warhorse. Warhorse I'm sure Warhorse can put their big boy pants on and delete a few emails. It's not a big deal. So ignoring that first argument, which I thought was stupid, we're going to focus on what is a very good and very strong argument. Is these people are literally harassing Warhorse, potentially harassing Warhorse, for not being diverse and inclusive, while they themselves are showing a remarkable lack of awareness and lack of inclusivity in terms of understanding cultural differences in Central Europe. So literally like the pot calling the kettle black. It's really dumb. It barely functions in the US. They're trying to destroy your business and not do their job. Yeah. Eastern Europeans have special hatred for Nazis for obvious reasons. Oh, VLX, don't I know it? My father was born in Netherlands. Like, my father is not, was not a natural English language speaker. My father immigrated at the age of 8 or 9 to Canada with his family. My opa and my oma survived World War I and World War II. They had a really shitty life, needless to say. Yeah, and there were some people in my family who got a bit upset when one of my aunts married a German. It was just, it's, the family thing. I think the HBO show Watchmen was the best example of using race as a narrative, followed by Lovecraft Country and The Boys, but go ahead, come at me, I can't do this. Austrian Man is based, American chauvinism. Murka. I saw an Australian, thus I despair. Don't let our drones find oil in your backyard. Oh my gosh. Okay, so there was this one time. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see what were they doing? I'll have to dig for it. There was this one little oopsie whoopsie where like Americans were found on Canadian soil doing something. I forget what. Canadians had to go. The Americans were like, oops. You sound closer to the accent in Middle America, thank God. Yeah, I've been told I have a very Minnesotan accent. A lot of Canadians have a Minnesotan accent. Good old keyboard ASMR. It's a gorgeous keyboard. That's all I'm going to say. Okay, let's continue.
Move on towards my next issue.
Okay,
the next problem I have with the demands for more diversity in KCD2 is the fact that those demands don't take into account that we view diversity differently in Central Europe than Americans do. We don't try to define our diversity along racial lines for reasons I just explained. We define it along ethnic lines. And ethnicity isn't defined by arbitrary phenotypical factors. Ethnicity is defined by societal factors, such as a person's customs, their heritage, their language, their culture, things such as this, but not by something like a person's skin color. And that's important because this means that for us a game full of white people can be extremely diverse. As a matter of fact, I have a great example of how Europeans identify themselves along the lines of ethnicity and not along the lines of race, based on an example from KCD1. So you see, in KCD1 there was a major debate between Hungarians and Czechs, and this was because the Hungarians felt misrepresented in KCD1 because they were the bad guys in the game, and they were really angry about that. And then you had the Czechs coming in and saying, well, you obviously were the bad guys. Then you had online arguments. You had Hungarian people actively defending Sigmund II and everything he does as if he was literally still their king today. And then you had Czechs get really emotional and talk about how he's the worst war criminal of all time and stuff like that. And that those were really emotional online arguments. In fact, they were so emotional that there were certain American games journalists that were trying to write about those, but they really couldn't, and they immediately stopped because the American mind apparently isn't capable of comprehending the idea that two people of the same skin color can have different views. Obviously, I don't think that all Americans can comprehend the idea that two people of the same skin color might have different ethnic identities. That's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is that when we are looking at this problem, we're not just looking at people with weird political views or journals with weird political views. We are very specifically looking at American journals and people with weird political views, because we don't have this issue with German games publications or with Czech games publications or with Swiss or Austrian game publications. We only have this issue very specifically with American games publications. Nobody else is calling for black people in KCD2. Nobody else on Twitter is calling for black people in KCD2. It's very specifically Americans, at least as far as I can tell. And that's an additional issue that I want to talk about. This is my final and probably biggest problem.
Okay, I'm going to stop there for a second. Let's talk about this. So why is it that North Americans seem to have the loudest voice in terms of requesting diversity? Is it because North Americans, oh my gosh, there's so many, like my brain right now is like a nuclear reactor. Okay, so first off, I want to say that there are lots of people out there from many, many different kinds of countries all around the world, including, by the way, China, where you meet your average uninformed individual who doesn't have much knowledge of history, doesn't have much knowledge of current day affairs, or is out of touch with certain realities, and they will make assumptions about certain things. It's like how many, many people in North America think that Africa is one massive, unanimous, everyone loves everyone in Africa, okay? And if you go to China and you ask your average Chinese person what they think about Canadians, right? They will assume that Canadians and Americans are tall. They will assume that they're white, and they will assume that they are fat. Now, they're not entirely wrong. But what I'm trying to suggest is, like, they always say the same things over and over again. They'll say things that are very, very, very obvious. And people will just assume certain things. They'll be like, oh, you're in Canada, so you have snow all year round. Yeah, way far up north, maybe. But down in the south, we're quite warm, actually. So, once again, there is a general lack of knowledge that often happens within people groups that never look beyond their borders in any kind of a curious way. If you are not someone who is curious and isn't watching travel videos and hasn't actually left your hometown, it doesn't matter what country you're from, you're going to have really weird, myopic views about other people in other continents. And that is true for most countries around the world. Yeah. But what is it about this particular conversation around, like whenever I talk with certain people about Europe or, for example, Africa, they just assume that everyone kind of like knows everyone. In fact, I had one American ask me if I knew someone that they knew from where I live. So this person is in the same town that I live in. And they were like, oh, you probably met them? Do you know them? And I was like, no, my town has like 700,000 people. It's a large city. And so you can get those really weird views where like people just assume that everyone is the same because they're all from the same continent, or everyone's the same because they all have the same skin color. It's very hard for them to understand that people can be very different. Now, because I have eyes in my head, and I had a mom who taught us a lot of history at an early age, a very early age. I knew that not all white people like all white people. I knew that not all black people like all black people. I knew that some Asians hate other Asians. It's a no-brainer. Right? At a very early age, when I lived in the Middle East, I found out, I remember overhearing my parents and some other people talking about how a lot of people look down on Egyptians in the Middle Eastern world. Egyptians were generally looked on down on by the Saudi Arabians. The Egyptian comedy and Egyptian culture was more vivacious and lively, generally speaking, back in the day, but they were looked down on as being rather lowbrow compared to certain other cultural groups in the Middle East. So this is where I'm saying a lot of people might just view a people group or a racial group as being all one thing, but this was always a mistake. In the 1 year I went to high school, it became extremely apparent to me about the situation in Eastern Europe, because one of the major groups that were always fighting in the cafeteria was the Bosnians and the Herzegovinians and the Serbians, and there was a whole bunch of them. And there was a Bosnian war going on. And so you can imagine there was a lot of white people beating up a lot of white people while screaming at each other in Eastern European languages. And I'm just sitting on the side going, wow. Oh. Now, we also had black people fighting Asian people. We also had gangs. We had gang fights at my school. And we had the persecution of Jewish kids because we had a bunch of Arabs who said Hitler was great because they exterminated the Jews. Let's just say my sister went to town on that one, boy. She was like, you know what? He would have gassed you too. Anyway. Our school was a little bit, it was a very diverse school. And because of that diversity, we were able to see that a whole bunch of people who shared the same skin color actually hated each other because there were other political things. Political baggage from the homeland was being carried into North America, carried into Canada. Personally, I wish they left it at the door, but it is what it is. Like, it's going to happen, right? Like, they're all teenagers. They're spouting what their parents are saying at home, and it was very unfortunate. Part of Greater California, Lamau. She clacks that keyboard like an ADD coke fiend. All I heard is he hates blacks. The concept let he use without saying cast the first stone, pretend to be sinless. Yeah, exactly. Because the U.S. is an incredibly rich and powerful country, and they like their social colonialism. That is a reality. That's a fact. True. All these activists must be really self-centered and spoiled, so everything they know is everything there is to know, and they'll tell you how it is. You better agree or else. Yeah, but, you give them a book like The Castle of Otranto, and they can't tell the difference between whether the religion in it is Protestant or Catholic, which just goes to show, how ignorant they are. If you look at American history, we call them melting pot for a reason. A lot of anger brewed there. Yeah. That was a messy time. If you look at American history... No, I could actually see your sentence epic. Mega edgy. If you look at them... There are gangs in Canada? The place where it snows the whole year? No way. Modern leftists are just cultural colonizers? Yeah. It's okay. Now, I have another theory. Why do people from North America think that people of one race stick together with the people who share the same racial color? And do you know why? Because we are multicultural. Because we're multicultural, we see firsthand what humans do. When they're in a foreign land, what do they do? Okay, so once again, we got this province, or we even got a city, like the city of Toronto. And we have people from Japan coming in. We have people from China coming in. People from the Middle East coming in. We have all of the white Europeans already in there. We got some Hispanics rolling in. We got some African people rolling in. What do these people do once they land? What do they do? In a land of complete freedom, where you can do whatever the fuck you want, Canada, otherwise known as the land of self segregation. This is not North America. This is not an American thing. This has nothing whatsoever to do with racism. They do not assimilate, Jonathan. No. I'd be a happier person if they did. They recreate a version of their original country. Canada is the land of self-segregation because they seek out the same people that they left. And so if you're a little leftist who grew up all your life in Canada and you're like looking at Canada and you're like, oh yes, of course, black people only want to be with black people. They're going to support black people all the time. And you got these Italians here hiding out on, X Street. So, obviously all Italians like all Italians. And you got these people over here, all of the Asians are grouping together in this one part of Toronto. It's called Mississauga, by the way. And then you have all of these in Markham. And then you have all of these Indian people that are basically are in Peterborough and in, what's that other place? I forget. I don't live in Toronto, but you know what I'm saying. So if this is all you know and you have no knowledge of history, you're just going to assume that if you share the same skin color, you're going to hang out with the same people because these are your people. And you know why this happens? It's a human thing. When you're alone in a country, you tend to group with the people that is your cultural group. So you're going to come away with this weird notion that because you're a certain skin color, of course you're going to want to, you're not going to have internal racism between people groups because all of that, frankly, nonsense becomes apparently nonsense once you move. Okay. So for example, all right, I'll give an example. This is anecdotal. I don't care about, I'm going to be frank. I really did not care if I couldn't see white people when I lived in China. Okay, I was one of those rare Westerners who did not experience culture shock. I just showed up in China. I was great. It was all good. But you had people who genuinely needed to hang out and speak English with people and preferably come from certain backgrounds so that they could feel comfortable and at home. And they went through severe culture shock. And how to say this? How to say this? They would always have a great time in the first 2 weeks, but then they would have a meltdown. And they would seek out other foreigners at all cost. And there was one young woman who met me and was like, "Oh, where are you from? What state are you from?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm not American. I'm Canadian." "Oh, Canadians are absolute like blah, blah, blah." And she went off about Canadians. And I was like, "What?" I was like, "Why? What?" Right? I was confused. And then it turned out like she had a friend who had been really shitty and had been Canadian. She had this weird notion. Anyway. Did she hold on to those weird notions about Canadians by the end of our time there? No. because the Canadian you don't trust is infinitely easier to talk to than the Chinese person. And basically, at the end of the day, all of these little nitpicks that we might have about each other as Americans or Canadians, a lot of people would simply drop them. Because in a culture that was 99% Chinese, such a mega monolithic culture, any kind of contact with somebody who was foreigner was automatically welcome. Now, obviously not for me. I was like, oh Lord, someone wants to talk to me now just because I'm a foreigner. Help me, right? Can I wrap my scarf and my hat around so I can pass so that people will leave me the fuck alone? But you know, what I mean to say is, when you feel alone in a foreign country, truly alone, you're going to cling to the people that you know, even if you dislike them. Generally speaking. And because of this human behavior, I think that behavior, that human trait, as well as the fact that a lot of leftists don't understand how grudges run deep in Europe, particularly in like, you have to remember that North Americans consist of populations of white people who left Europe because they were tired of the emotional trauma of having to deal with the bullshit that is in Europe. So we have a whole culture of leave it at home, leave it there, stop it, right? And because of that culture, combined with the grasping at each other for support, mental support, it's hard to imagine for some people that people of the same skin color can severely disagree with each other or consider each other extremely diverse and different. So it's just like, it's like a combination. It's like a cultural combination of leaving things behind and a combination of holding on to each other. This weird little trifecta, well, not trifecta, duofecta. It causes this kind of concept that, of course, like, all black people will love all black people. There's no such thing as black people enslaving black people. What do you mean? Because as far as they know, when in their little circles, you know, black people seem super supportive of other black people, which, by the way, is not always true, as we know from American crime statistics. But you know, it's all perspective. It's very weird. Going through school in New Zealand, white groups and Maori groups, not exclusively, but the average. They seek out more people from their own culture so they feel accepted. Yeah, now imagine projecting that weird notion onto other white people and assume that all white people agree with each other and that there could not possibly be any kind of disagreement between Czechs and Austrians. What's the deal with Canada and British royalty? I'm not sure. What is the deal? I can tell you that a large portion of Canadians don't think about them. Having friends from a Chinese clique was so surprisingly hard. I pretty much had to force them to interact with me just so I could open an opportunity for friendship, not in a creepy sense. Yeah. Just died on a boss at 1%.
The entire debate about lacking diversity in KCD2, namely that this debate has been started by Americans.
But remember, a lot of Americans don't even know their own states. Many North Americans don't know their own history. The way history is taught in North America is fundamentally fuckied. My mother taught us a different way, so we have a more cosmopolitan view, but a lot of Americans have no idea. No idea. And so for them, the idea that Czechs and Austrians and Polish and Latvians and Belarusians, like the idea that those people would consider themselves to be diverse and separate is like mind blown. Like they couldn't understand it.
Probably biggest problem with the entire debate about lacking diversity in KCD2, namely that this debate has been started by Americans. Nothing against Americans, but the matter of fact remains that this is a game developed by a Czech development studio. It is based in Central European history, culture, and identity, and it isn't made for you, dear American journalist. It isn't made for you, American Twitter user who's pissed off because there aren't black people. It's made for a global audience, and the global audience doesn't care. This is important to keep in mind. In fact, most of the global audience would probably be pissed off at the black representation in KCD2, because Kingdom Come Deliverance is known as a game series that depicts medieval Bohemia in a very accurate manner. And black people just didn't exist in medieval Bohemia at the time, not even a single one, and there can be no debate about that. The only reason why those American leftists are pushing this is because they have their own societal reasons to do so, most likely some kind of feeling of guilt for slavery or something. I wouldn't know because I'm an Austrian, but the point here is that we don't have those societal issues, and
Well, they're just virtue signaling, my good man. They're just trying to ensure that their boss and their coworkers all know that they are still on the bandwagon and that they're still drinking the Kool-Aid and that they're kosher. Okay, so you can just like ignore them and keep trucking. That being said, I will say once again, it's all down to ignorance of history, presumed knowledge of history. Yeah, and the ideological angle. They have an axe to grind, but it's even more so true that they're just ideologically signaling, oh, I know that this is right, or I know that this is wrong, right? And he made a comment the global audience doesn't care. I would argue that the regular American audience doesn't care. Same thing goes for Final Fantasy 16. When they went after Final Fantasy 16 for not being diverse enough, and Final Fantasy 16 people were like, well, we're basing it off of medieval Europe. Actually, don't you know that medieval Europe... Nobody cared. Nobody cared.
Have therefore no reason to put black people into our video games. There is therefore also no reason to debate on whether it is maybe potentially historically possible, because the entire argument being made here isn't made from a position of a historical evidence or from a position of this being a great improvement to the video game. The argument here is being made from a political and societal pressure that you have as a left-leaning person in the United States, but it has nothing to do with our European political views, with our Central European political views, nor does it have anything to do with our societal issues here. And for that reason, I find this attempt to force this type of topic into our video games to be extremely disrespectful and, as I already mentioned, almost neo-colonial, in the manner that this means that those people are acting like their values and their needs and their will for representation is more important than our right to be represented in entertainment, specifically the Czechs' right to be represented in entertainment. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2...
No, because you have to understand, my dear good sir, that they are cultural Marxists who followed the path of Walter Benjamin, who basically argued that art has no meaning beyond that of propaganda. So therefore, for them, this is an actual battle. In their heads, this is a battle for representation of their beliefs and their ideas. And they are... they have an overinflated sense that them transforming your game and using it as a vehicle for their words is literally going to change the world. It's hilarious and narcissistic.
2 and Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 are both massive deals in the Czech Republic because Bohemia never has been represented on a major entertainment screen until Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 came around. And they're really proud of that because this is the first time that they can show their country's history and culture to a larger global audience. And this is why in the Czech Republic KCD is such a massive deal. And you suddenly have American journalists coming in and telling them, well, your representation doesn't matter. We would rather put in our own representation, the representation that we want. What, you made this yourself? Well, we don't care because our American values are worth more. This comes off extremely disrespectful. And I'm personally surprised by how those games journalists and their supporters on Twitter can't even see how disrespectful they come off to anyone outside of the American left wing.
It's more propaganda than actual education in America. Possible. American history is amazing, super interesting. Some parts, maybe. Just using the "it's not for you" argument the ultra left like to roll out when it's convenient for them. Yeah. Not sure anyone is being malicious with this controversy. It's just a cultural shock between Americans and other cultures. Not sure I'm liking how he perceives malice in these differences. If you have gone to any literature class with your eyes marginally open and your brain marginally working, and you read how some of these professors are basically suggesting that art, including video games, can only be evaluated and justified by inserting messaging to perpetuate the cause of air quote inclusion, you understand that some of these journalists are acting in extremely bad faith. Absolutely. Now, are all journalists acting in bad faith? No. I think there's just stupid people following trends and they're just doing what everyone else is doing because they're scared of looking stupid, etc., etc. But there are, I believe, legitimate activists within the journalist space who are legitimately perpetuating cultural Marxist values and who are attempting to pressure entertainment that they view as important to spreading their particular viewpoints, and they are attempting to make sure that that happens. Just watch the interviews with the journalists interviewing Leslie Headland about Acolyte and how the smug coyness of, you know, oh, this is so gay. It's like, oh, we've taken it over and we're making it gay now. And I'm speaking as a Fujoshi. Okay, I'm speaking as a Fujoshi who is very, very... Just look up the word Fujoshi if you don't know what I mean. I'm speaking as a Fujoshi. And as a Fujoshi, when I hear people talking like that, it doesn't tell me that you're celebrating... You're not celebrating the gayness of something. You're celebrating the colonization of an IP by your thought group. All you have to do to decide whether it was a good thing to say, okay? All you have to do is take that interview, and all you have to do is replace the word gay with Christian and see how that would go in the media. If you had a bunch of Christians sitting around rubbing their hands going, oh, we made this so Christian. You know. No. Yeah. Right? So are there journalists out there who are just silly and they're just going along with the ride? Yeah, absolutely. But are there journalists out there who are legitimately harassing game devs or creatives for not falling in line with their particular viewpoints on the propagandization of art? Absolutely. Right? It's like, we can say, oh yeah, there's some journalists out there who don't mean it, who don't mean to be that way. That's fine. We're not talking about that. If the shoe fits, wear it. Right? There are some journalists out there. There are some people out there. There are voices out there who are going around and scolding people for not, walking lockstep with what they want. 16 refused to remove or censor Dion. 16 has the most based gay character, Dion. Yeah, so let's talk about FF16. FF16 not only held by its gay character, not only apparently made a great gay character, they refused to remove that gay character. They refused to remove him or remove that storyline, and they just refused to sell it in Saudi Arabia. as opposed to Spider-Man, who removed all of the gay stuff, the token gay stuff, by the way, the stuff that could so easily be removed from the game, and they sold Spider-Man 2 into Saudi Arabia for money. So if leftists are going to go after people who are being diverse, right, and inclusive, if you as a journalist really care, you should be really going after Spider-Man for doing what they did to Spider-Man 2 in Saudi Arabia. I wouldn't put Christianity in Star Wars. It looked like a hack job. Absolutely. It would be a hack job. That's the whole point, right? Sitting around rubbing your hands because you got the gay in Star Wars. That's cringe. That's super cringe. It sounds creepy. It sounds cringy. Stop it. Dion's a bro. Yeah. I can't wait when it comes out on PC. They wouldn't do this if it was an African studio made game with only black characters. Yeah. It's just white Asian. I will say Asians do get a lot of hate. Asians are like white adjacent, unfortunately for them. I think this guy is a fundamental misunderstanding that people freaking out about diversity don't care about any of these logical arguments. This person, Toasty Gaming, poor man, doesn't understand that a long time ago, in Germany specifically, and France, a whole bunch of shitty, half philosopher, half literature people got together and came up with bullshit because they were closet Marxists, but they were rich. And it was like a oopsie whoopsie poopsie. Now we got to come up with something else because class difference isn't what we want to go for. We all know that how that fell out in Russia. Right? This bro, this Toasty Gaming, he's a normal guy. He's a normal guy from Central Europe. He doesn't understand that from the birthplace of Europe, not far from his own country. In fact, I'm sure there were some Austrian intellectuals who got caught up in it. The School of Frankfurt, that's what it's called, by the way. Look it up. Then you have Foucault, you have Derrida, all of these people whose ideas, we could have fun with them, right? Once again, we could take them out like a little experiment at university, and we could go like, oh, what idea do we have in here? What's this freaky idea over here, right? No. We had to take it and start applying it to culture wholesale without thinking about the consequences. Yeah. You should write a lit RPG about a shadow war between leftists and rightists, but give them different names so people call you clever, easy. There you go, epic. There's the story is practically writing itself. Checo is a gay man. Yeah, that's right. I'm a gay man trapped in a woman's body. Absolutely. Anakin died for the sins of the Jedi and rose as Darth Vader from the depths of death. Yeah, like no one should be sitting around. Like imagine if they hired, right, 6 Christians on the board, right? They had 6 Christian actors in there. Then we have a Christian interviewer interviewing the Christian director. And they're like, oh yeah, we got a whole bunch of Christians in here. It's like, what are you doing? It would be so cringe. People would go after them. And rightly so. It's just cringy. The same way media heading to China and the Middle East has to be altering this, the same way media heading to the United States need to be altered to fit culture. Yeah, it's just what I'm suggesting is these people are going after some Central European devs for not being inclusive enough, while they themselves have not really highlighted the fact that Spider-Man 2 compromised. And then they went after Final Fantasy 16 that actually didn't compromise. It's crazy. I remember France watching some Germans go for a walk through the Rhineland. Do you believe we can have a neutral media? I think we must always have some ideological censor. I would trade the woke for the Christians. If I was going to do a tier list, well, as a Christian, obviously, I would prefer Christian over woke. But I prefer woke over Islam. That's for sure. But yeah. Why do you think they wear robes? Bias, yeah. Yeah. Here's the thing. I actually don't think it's possible to have entirely neutral media. I think that's very idealistic. The problem is when the media swings too much one way versus the other way. And right now we have an imbalanced media coverage. That's the problem. And another problem is the human nature element, wherein the people who don't agree with you, whether you're on the left or the right, the people who don't agree with you are automatically terrors of society and must be expunged. That kind of very strong thinking also, I think, leads to a lot of insanity. People from the United States have been taught that an overly homogenized population is a downfall, contrary to what many Europeans believe. Forget Europeans, Arm. Look at most of Asia. Look at the Middle East and in Africa. The most non-homogenized countries in the world are literally just in Europe and in North America. It's because of our heavy economic presence, we actually think the rest of the world operates or ought to operate the way we do. But you go to China. Once again, within China, there are what we would call minorities, right? There are differences between different parts of China. There's like the Uyghurs, and there's the Han, and then there's the Hui. There's actual different minority groups even within the borders of China, right? So we can't paint them all with one single brush. But overall, their sense of nationalism, generally speaking, or their sense of cultural identity is quite strong. Is it coming at the cost of certain people's freedoms? For example, the Han identity, is it coming at the cost of the Uyghur identity? Yeah, absolutely. But no one, we're not hearing about that right now in the media, right? No. Nah. That's too difficult to talk about. Very awkward.
Alright, now for some parting wisdom before we move on towards the outro. If you are a leftist, particularly an American leftist, you need to start understanding that you are not helping your cause by trying to force people of color into KCD2. In fact, you are hurting your cause. This entire situation is making you look stupid and incompetent. You are not trying to achieve some kind of major societal goal. You're trying to force your culture onto other people, and it's not making you look likable. In fact, you are hurting the left wing, particularly in Central Europe and other places where the people on the left wing are more busy trying to explain what weird thing the Americans are doing right now, instead of being able to push the societal issues that are relevant to them. This entire debate is in fact hurting the left wing in Central Europe. I know for a fact that there are left-wingers in the Czech Republic who are beyond angry at the fact that they suddenly have their quote-unquote allies in the US trying to force black people into KCD2 because they suddenly look stupid and incompetent by extension. No sane person in the Czech Republic is going to say that it is a good idea to put black people into their representation and into their piece of entertainment. And what you do if you are an American who is trying to force that into the game is you put your quote-unquote political allies in Europe into a very uncomfortable position, because now those people are more busy trying to explain what weird thing the American left is trying to do, instead of actually being able to push important talking points of the left in the Czech Republic, because within every halfway gaming interested space, now you have the situation where the right wing, instead of trying to argue on issues like the war in Ukraine or LGBTQIA representation, can now just immediately push into this culture war debate of saying, well, look at those leftists, they're trying to destroy our entertainment, and those left-wingers in the Czech Republic, they're just the same as the idiots in the United States, and you wouldn't want to associate with the people that want to destroy our Czech entertainment, and most normal people will say that they won't be associated with people like that, and this puts the left wing into a very uncomfortable position, and you are responsible for this. Instead of helping anyone within your quote-unquote movement, you're making yourself look stupid, you're making everyone who's associated with you, even in the most distant form, look extremely stupid, and you're not helping everyone. If you continue like this, you will be irrelevant as a movement within the next few years. You're already not doing all that well globally, and you're not going to be doing much better if you continue to try forcing your ideology into every game without actually thinking how you can do it in a halfway sensible manner. This entire sledgehammer method of forcing your ideology isn't helping your cause. It is in fact making you look evil, and this is not how you want to be perceived as if you're trying to push your cause towards a wider public, because you also need to understand that you aren't some kind of massive movement with millions of people behind it. Like with every question in politics, this is a situation where maybe 0.1% of the population are trying to argue that their opinion is important to the remaining 99.9% of the population, and you are just no longer in the situation where normal people are willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, because over the last few years you've lost so much public opinion capital that you just can't force your ideology or your worldview into a game against major resistance, because you are now in the defensive, you are now the minority in fact when you're calling for things like this, and you need to start understanding this, and you need to start adapting to this, because if you don't, you will very soon become completely and utterly irrelevant. Alright, enough wisdom. A slightly more political video, but I felt like I had to make this one, because as an Austrian I feel personally insulted by such disingenuous attempts to force talking points of the American left into foreign entertainment. I hope you found some of my opinions interesting. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and don't hesitate to respectfully argue in the comments. Cheers!
Okay. As a Czech, I'm beyond offended and assaulted by this asinine attempt at erasing your culture. It's cultural colonialism, nothing less. The anachronistic forcing of diversity into any historical work, not even just games, is absolutely absurd, shows a complete lack of respect for other cultures and the people that live them. I found your analysis refreshing and grounded in logic, except for that one anyway. You have earned a subscriber. Sigismund should be played by a strong, independent black woman. American here, and I stand against erasing European history and or ruining a historically accurate game. As an African American, I think this is so stupid. I'd rather be immersed in a realistic history and setting than to be pandered to. People just love to be outraged out. Here in the US, most of us blacks really would care less, lol. Also, as a side note, a lot of us Americans don't really understand how truly diverse Europe actually is. There seems to be an inability to distinguish race ethnicity, so what ends up happening is people here only see color, not realizing there's numerous different ethnicities within Europe. Don't worry, some of us understand the complexities of Europe somewhat. He must be a European leftist. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to talk about that. I also thought that his last comment was also very fascinating. Okay, so he was talking about making leftists feel bad or look bad. Now, this is where things can get a little bit fucky. So we're going to do a political spectrum, but instead of the usual straight line, we're going to do the horseshoe, because I genuinely believe it's a horseshoe. This up here is called totalitarianism. And then we'll just put down the word evil, since that's easiest for people to understand. So here we have leftists. Here we have right wing. And this is left wing. Okay, and so then we have this spectrum here where we've got like Pol Pot, we have Stalin, we have Lenin, and over here we're going to put in our usual fascist Hitler rant. So we got these spectrums that actually just end up being kind of looking the same, essentially, very, very essentially. Then down here at the bottom, we have what we call the moderates. And then we have your average left wing and your average. Like, we're going to go with the traditional senses of the word. And of course, there's like a spectrum of growing fundamentalism between these two. Okay. Now, let's assume that this bro, when he's talking about being concerned about leftist stuff, let's assume that he is talking about normal leftist people who are concerned about things like treating people well, anti-fascists who are leftist, like well-meaning leftists, classical liberals, not much different in terms of being a danger to themselves and to society. Not much different from the conservatives on this side here. And these people are being harmed by the representation. So we're going to put the woke here. I'm going to put woke here. And then over here, we will put things like KKK. So like pretty bad, but like not Hitler, Stalin level of like genocide. But it's still very bad. Okay, so over here, these people who are trying to institute positive change within maybe the Czech Republic have to deal with representation from these woke people. And he's arguing that these people here are hampered by woke people elsewhere. But my one little quibble with his little argument there is he's assuming that all of the leftist, he is assuming that all of the leftist voices in Austria, in Czech Republic, in Hungary, in wherever, whoever's being represented by KCD2, he's assuming that all of these people are not connected to these people. He is taking this woke voice and he's allotting it to North America. But what if some of those voices that he thinks are just average liberal voices are in fact also woke? But they have to, when the woke people actually come out and say what they actually believe in North America, because they have gained the upper hand in North America. In North America, they have a position of power in the media. So they can come out and say whatever the hell they want. In Europe, they do not have that position of power in the media necessarily. And so then what happens is they're like, shh, be quiet. We're still working over here. And then when people are like, hey, look at those leftists over there. That's really crazy. You're not like them, right? They're like, no, not at all. What are you talking about? No, that's not us. Not at all. No. We would never do that, And that's where I think he's being a bit idealistic. Okay? Because it's true that there might be legitimate leftist people in Czech Republic or in Austria or in Central Europe or Eastern Europe who might be legitimately trying to change their society for the better, right? But there could be a whole bunch of actual crazy woke people who are masquerading as well-meaning liberals who are being outed as being the crazy people that they are by their North American brothers and sisters. And so then the people who are half awake, that would be the moderates and the people on the right, are like, wait a minute, what are those people over there in North America doing? And then they're like, no, nothing to see there. Like the meme, nothing to see here. Nothing at all. Leftists don't need to worry about looking bad. They control the cultural high ground for now. Yes, Wooly, but in North America and Western Europe. Maybe not in Eastern Europe. Maybe not in Eastern Europe. That's my contention, Wooly. If this guy, who is a leftist, is concerned about leftism representation in, let's say, Austria or Eastern Europe, then that means that there is maybe not so much of representation there for leftist thought, and therefore, it is possible that the woke left may not have as much of a protected status as they do in North America. So the woke people in North America are just running around saying crazy shit, right? And they can get away with it. But when they're caught out by other people around the world, they compromise the woke leftists that are working within those nations. Especially after the super woke game that the European Union financed. That's a good point about the European Union, though. But wouldn't you say, though, Leo, that the European Union is largely controlled by Germany and France? I count Germany and France as Western Europe. Should I not be counting Germany as Western Europe? I was counting Germany as Western Europe. And in fact, I would almost count Austria as Western Europe. Hate to break it to this Austrian bro, but once again, I'm not European, so maybe... Once again, I also think Austrian, not to hate on this poor bro here, but I mean, Austrians were the cause of a lot of bullshit. They basically caused kind of, like, they were one of the two problems that, like, obviously there was the other group that did the assassination, but you know what I'm saying? It was Austria. Who was it that shot Ferdinand or whatever his name was? Was it a Serbian shot the Austrian emperor? Anyway, Austria was one of the actual originators of World War I, which in turn caused World War II. Yeah, somehow Austria has escaped a lot of historical denunciation. Middle Europe, or am I dumb? It's technically in the middle of Europe epic, but when we talk about culture in Europe epic, there's Western and Eastern Europe. There's no Middle Europe. Germany and France are controlled by the US. Hitler was Austrian. Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, epic, there's no such thing as Middle Europe. It's either Western Europe or Eastern Europe. And Germany is part of Western Europe. Okay, I was not freaky. Okay, so Leo says Germany doesn't count. They have some idiosyncrasies similar to the East, but they don't want anything to do with it, especially after putting down the wall. Yeah, I am firmly of the belief that EU is controlled by Germany and France largely. And when Britain was part of it, Britain had a huge say. And as far as I can, maybe Italy has some say in there, but generally speaking, I get the feeling that Eastern Europe, when it comes to control of Eastern Europe, like European Union, I get the feeling that Eastern Europe doesn't have as big a say, but I could be wrong. Not sure an Austrian leftist is too similar to an American leftist. But what if they are? I'm not saying that they are or they are not, Arm. I'm saying what if they are? And remember, leftism from America came from Germany, which is in the Europe, albeit Western Europe. And Austria is right below Germany, FYI. Hence why I count Austria as part of Western Europe. Serbian-backed Black Hand in Bosnia. You're right, the European Union is mostly Germany. Yeah, see, I don't have my pulse on politics a lot because I'm just, like, I'm not as interested. But I know enough to know that Germany controls a large portion of the EU. I do know that. Brexit was the stupidest thing I've ever seen a country do. Maybe. I don't know. Serbian-backed Black Hand in Bosnia. Gavril Princip. Oh, Muroko's coming out with some lore, deep European lore. Germany and France are the richest ones, and indirectly England when they pretend not to. Yeah, absolutely. So what I'm trying to say, I guess, Arm, is I'm not trying to suggest that leftism in Europe looks the same as leftism in North America. What I am suggesting is that international cross-pollination of ideas will happen. It did happen. It went from Europe, it went overseas, it contaminated North America, and it's very possible it's going back into Europe and contaminating Europe. I'm just saying. It could be happening. Like, I'm not saying that is 100% happening, but what if there were actual woke leftists in Czech Republic who are trying to sweep under the rug what actually is the outcome of what they believe in? And every time North American woke leftists, we're not once again talking about normal leftists in America, right? I just need to be very clear here. We're talking about woke leftists, right? And the same thing would be like representatives for right-wing ideology having to deal with crazy racists who come out of the white supremacists who come out of the woodwork and say really weird shit. And we have to be like, no. That's not what we intend when we want to promote conservative values, right? Impression I got from my godfather is that Italy will simply shadow whoever they think is winning. Oh, well, Eastern Europe is playing footsie under the table with Russia. You should get your godfather to watch Hitalia. It's great. All Brexit did was make British pay more and sell for less just to compensate for brand new taxes for being separate. Yeah, I can't speak on the full thing about Brexit, but it's the extreme left. Yeah, we're talking about the extreme left here, okay? I have some friends who are lefties, like very, very normal, head screwed on straight lefties. We're talking about extreme people. And the Australian lefties might be just normal lefties, but what if in that group, what I think this guy here is a little bit idealistic with this one here for American leftists. He's saying, look how bad you make leftism look. And part of me is like, is it because there are Austrian or Czechian or Polish or whatever woke leftists who don't want to be stopped in the middle of whatever bullshit they're up to? Because that is a very real thing that could happen. Okay, so we're going to go for one more. I've been putting this off. Oh dear. Which one is it? Ben, help me. Is it this one? This show thinks you're dumb? The Acolyte? Because there's no way there's no way I'm watching 2 hours of this. No, Australian lefties are as dumb as American. Yeah. Moderates from any side aren't terminally online. Yeah, I agree with that. They're normal people that want to go to work and take care of the kids while the two extremes are trying to kidnap them. Absolutely, Leo. That is definitely not the over 1 hour one. Okay, so we're going to watch This Show Thinks You're Dumb. Now, this guy, if chat isn't aware, this guy is called Greg Owen. And he is one of the only people who actually said what I've been trying to say, which is there's a connection between the romance and fantasy genre and the Acolyte problem. And one of the issues that the Acolyte has is that it is not even drawing in your casual female audience that is currently dominating the publishing industry. Okay, so the publishing industry is spewing out all of this money for female readers. And the Acolyte couldn't tap into that female readership base. Is it because it's sci-fi? Now, oddly enough, my one friend who writes for a very niche romance audience told me that sci-fi is kind of hot right now. So obviously not. It's not the fact that it's sci-fi. The problem is, how was it done? And apparently, like even the guys in Acolyte, no matter how much they took their shirts off, they weren't written well enough to draw in that really rabid female fan base. So, and it has nothing whatsoever to do with body types, by the way, as we know from the rat boy trend and all of that. Women can be physically attracted to short men. They can be attracted to slender male bodies. I myself find a soccer body to be most attractive. I actually think men who have jacked up muscles are extremely ape-like and ugly. That's just, like, I do not find Chris Hemsworth, like, I recognize he's objectively attractive, but I personally do not find his body type sexy. I know that some women do. So there's a difference between finding someone objectively attractive and sexy. Sexy is like the enjoyable part, whereas objective is like am I making sense? Am I making sense? I feel like I might not be making sense. But if you think about the Venn diagram where I was talking about the difference between enjoyable and elevated, would be the difference between sexy and physically attractive. You can say someone is physically attractive, but that doesn't mean they're personally sexy to you. He is attractive without the steroids. He's naturally skinny. Oh, is he? I wouldn't know. Yeah, I'll watch the long one on my own time. So anyhow, so this show doesn't need to have Henry Cavill to be popular. It could have Robert Downey Jr., who is quite short. It could have Tom Hiddleston, who is very skinny. The point isn't about the amount of muscles on the man's body or how tall he is. It's how is he written. And this guy said, very rightfully so, that the way people are being written in the show won't appeal to female audiences either. So now let's see what this very smart, intelligent human being has come up with. Let's see if I can disagree with him on any kind of point here. So let's find out.
I had an epiphany. We're watching The Acolyte all wrong. It was actually my wife had this idea, but you know, marriage, what's mine is yours, all that still counts as my idea. This is Team Owen here. Last week's episode, number 4, was so mind-numbingly boring. I was just having a hard time coming up with jokes. I mean, nothing happens. There's no material there. Episode 3 was the same way. I had to talk about book boyfriends and hot rat men because talking about the actual show was like watching paint dry. So I asked my wife to watch it. I said, don't watch the first 3 episodes, just watch the 4th one. Give me your raw, confused thoughts. That will probably be funny. She said, challenge accepted, and then saw a whole new level to this thing that I did not. First, her actual review of the show is that she literally fell asleep in the middle of the episode.
Boom. Roasted.
But before that happened, she said she realized what the issue here. We're all watching it wrong. It's not even for us. And I don't mean guys. This isn't the whole forces female thing. This show isn't made for anyone over 15 years old. She said the production value, the dialogue, even the general plot reminded her of a Disney tween show. This is Descendants and zombies, minus the singing, plus lightsabers. This is Jedi of Waverly Place. This is just add magic, just add the forge, add the thread. Little cute pocket robot guy, little badger guy, for kids. They said it's supposed to be a mystery show. Okay, it's Casey Undercover. I was gonna call these 2 Millie and Vanilli. No, this is Liv and Maddie. It feels like a party every day. Hey, just say, hey, just say. And my goodness, she's right. As we were discussing this, my 10-year-old son overheard and he asked, hey, are you guys talking about that Star Wars show? He watched 2 episodes and he thought it was super fun. Yeah, that's on me. I'll hold that L. I've clearly failed to teach my son what good television should be. I do have my 12-year-old playing Jedi Survivor though, so there's hope for that one. So yeah, after 4 episodes, my 10-year-old had no idea who the Man in Black was. We talked Tuesday before the big reveal. He was kind of torn in his theories between White Maul Mom or just, you know, a random fallen Jedi. He was 100% caught off guard by the reveal. He didn't guess who it obviously was all the way back in episode 2 because this show is made for his age range. The constant exposition, the obvious setups, the paper-thin mystery. This show doesn't actually have a writing problem, guys. It has a marketing problem. It's for tweens. I asked my 14-year-old daughter about it. She thinks Timothée Chalamet is pretty handsome. Younger teenage girls love this boy band look. So in the show, you got Yord being all nervous around Vanilli, but she doesn't even feel like saying goodbye to him. Kids are so innocent, she doesn't even know what a simp is yet. If it is aimed at kids, that should bring up a few questions and red flags, like, what is this show trying to tell your children about morality and how it might be relative? And
okay, let's pause right here. Okay, if my mind is currently blown. Oh no. But here's what's scary. What if they didn't make it knowing that what they were making was for kids? Would I let Chalamet get on top of me? Are we talking objectively, or are we talking, like, is that a real question? How real is that question, Leo? Alpha teenagers need help. 90 days in boot camp, no internet or tech more advanced than shovels. Send the children back to the mines. Do I find him attractive? He's okay. He's objectively attractive to me. I am not, how can I say this? I am not demisexual, but I'm also not normal sexual. I'm sapiosexual. And I say that knowing how cringe that is to say it. I don't experience physical attraction the same way most women and men do. Most of the time, I'm like dead inside, no attraction, no attraction, no attraction. And then someone's like, here's my take on stoicism by blah, blah, blah. Or I want to explore the spirit world with the use of DMT. And then suddenly it's like, ooh, wow. Like Wooly figuring out the connection that I saw between that one sentence and what Asmongold said. For me, that's more what I'm talking about. When someone says something interesting, I'm more likely to feel attracted to them. It's kind of like attraction of the mind leads to attraction of the body. But overall, I find him okay looking. Yeah, he's pretty nice to look at. But chances of anyone getting into my personal bubble is very, very minimal. The problem is this, Herman, the show wasn't written for kids. Yeah, so this is my question, Herman. Is it possible that leftists have become such a mom state, so concerned about inclusion, so concerned about not hurting people's feelings, so concerned about being moralistic, so concerned about upholding certain moral standards and stuff, that they can't but write highly moralistic children's literature, but they're still trying to aim it at adults? Chalamet is a kind of boring guy, so he isn't getting on top. Yeah. He's attractive, but he hasn't said anything yet that has made me go, oh, you know what I mean? Yeah. If you I think Tom Hiddleston has a double. Oh, what does he have? Tom Hiddleston has 2 degrees. One of them is in classics, and he performed one play entirely in classical Greek. That to me was incredibly more ovary exploding than anything else. But if you think about it, right? Like, if you are a person who wants to write this whole thing and you're trying to write for adults, but you're taking out the grit, you're taking out the realism, you're taking out any moral ambiguity, you're treating the audience like they're stupid. Like, is it any wonder that it's coming off as being for kids? Denzel or Chris Pratt? I haven't heard any of them saying anything particularly attractive. Being a woke leftist is being in a perpetual state of Karenhood. Yeah, and would that Karenhood naturally lead to this increased sanitization? So in pursuit of a world of acceptance and inclusion, there is such a sanitization that even when they're writing for adults, even when they're writing for lesbian adults, it's coming off as writing for kids. So it's very possible. We sanitize so much to the point where even when it's written for adults, it's coming off as being written for kids, and kids can, to a certain degree, watch it. Now he's going to ask what Herman is more or less asking. All right. So let's pretend Leslie Headland came out and was like, okay, you caught me. This isn't actually for adults. This is for kids. So then the next question is, should kids be watching this?
Nelly, but she doesn't even feel like saying goodbye to him. Kids are so innocent. She doesn't even know what a simp is yet. If it is aimed at kids, that should bring up a few questions and red flags, like, what is this show trying to tell your children about morality and how it might be relative? And why does Disney think that children deserve horrible stories with zero effort? Something that takes zero effort is you hitting that like button. Do it like the zombies do. The child-centric nature of the show comes into focus when you look at the dialogue. This is stuff that is meant to sound cool even if it's really meaningless. Like this lightsaber teacher at the beginning of episode 4 giving these pieces of advice.
Keep each movement tight, yet subtle. Diminish areas of vulnerability. Maximize your defenses without need to strike.
Excellent advice. You've got the pauses in combat to ask questions. The whole explanation of the threat is just a retread of Yoda's speech about the Force, but it's designed to sound deep and mystical to kids. The silly speech that Darth Dramatic gives to...
But once again, what if the state of writing is so bad, right? Going back to syntax, going back to our lack of ability to put together a meaningful sentence. What if think about it, right? Wasn't Leslie Headland linked to writing fan fiction? So what if you grew up on only reading fan fiction? So then you have bad fan fiction practices with sanitization due to ideological whatever. And then what comes out is incredibly compromised material. Not sure if it's a left or right thing. You'd like to believe that, Arm, but the leftists have to, in the same way. And the reason why I say it's leftism, okay, Arm, is when I was in university and I had to listen to my professors talking about it, it was determined that the right have to answer for historical right-wing crimes like fascism. And it wasn't coming from a right-wing perspective, My prof wasn't a right-wing person. She wasn't a conservative. She made us know that very, very easily, very, very quickly. This is a left thing. In the same way that they've been telling right-wingers to take responsibility for historical things over which we had zero control because we hadn't been born then. Right now, we're having woke leftists behaving in extremely puritanical ways, and the leftists who now live in a time where their brothers and sisters are behaving in a puritanical manner have to take responsibility for their group. If we have to take responsibility for all of this historical stuff that we have no control, we had no control over, how much more responsibility should they be taking responsibility for stuff that's going on right now? So as much as I'd like to not demonize the ordinary left-wing people, I'm not talking about those people. I'm saying ordinary left-wing people have to recognize that part of their group, these woke people, have gone off the rails, have gone off the reservation, and they need to bring that back, or they need to publicly shame them and disown them and silence them. They need to do something. Something needs to be done. I'm not sure what. And just pretending, oh, that's not us. That's not us. That's conveniently not us. You know? It was like my one professor who was going off about how the Catholics mistreated the indigenous people. And I'm sitting there going, and this is my problem. Why? I'm a Protestant, number one. Right? Number two, my family didn't come into the country at this period in time. Not my problem. And this guy raised his hand and was like, how are we supposed to, like, what's our takeaway from this as Catholics? And she was like, well, you might need to rethink your faith. So if you have professors who are publicly shaming current day Catholics for some Catholic thing that happened in the past, how much more so should we be shaming the more radical elements of leftism that's happening right now? So, just saying. Kids are impressionable. Don't feed them crap like Disney Star Wars. I agree, Ark. Yeah. Or Ben. Like to put themselves on the left side. That's what the left side wants them to think. Oh, they're here by mistake. It's not really our problem. But that Catholic thing that happened like 100 years ago, that's definitely your problem. You got to answer to that. You got to rethink your faith. Because that's your problem. Do you see the double standard? That's what I'm talking about. Sure, we can say, hey, you know, my leftist friend, for example, she votes left. Although right now at the moment I'm not voting anything because I can't vote for anything in Canada apparently. But I have a friend who's leftist. I would never put her in the same group as the woke people. I know she's not like that. But at the same point in time, if the woke people and the leftist people are blaming, let's say, right-wingers for fascism or something, historical fascism or perceived issues today, how much more so should leftists then have to deal with their own bullshit in their own backyard? You can't just be pointing finger one way. After reading about 5 chapters of Fourth Wing, I came to conclude that some adult stuff is written at 7th grade level. Well, yeah, and especially if Fourth Wing and stuff like that, Herman, is not intended to be elevated, right? You missed out on that, Herman. Oh, man. Herman, we had this great talk, but we did kind of touch on it earlier, which is there's a difference between elevation and enjoyment. And there's an overlap, but it's not always, the overlap doesn't always exist. You know what I mean? Like you can have some books that are enjoyable, but are not elevated. And that's just reality. Like you just got to roll with that. You know what I mean? And the stuff that's in the middle should be taught to the kids. Let's see. Is it this one? Yeah, see here, Herman. We were talking about this earlier. I don't know if you were here for this. So there's the enjoyable aspects. That would be Fourth Wing. Then there's the elevated. So that would be something like, I don't know, a Russian novel. But then in the middle, there's something that's both meaningful, right? Meaningful and enjoyable. And this is what we should teach to our children. But that doesn't mean that you can't enjoy some things that are enjoyable. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't try out different things that might be a bit of a struggle, right? It's the middle ground that we should be teaching to our kids, because that is where maximum education and taste can be formed. Only God has the ability and right to judge children for the father's sins. I agree, Willie. My thought is that traditional publishing has dumbed down the language and stories so bad that is the inevitable result. Yeah, that's true too. I think education's part of it as well. Traditional publishing didn't come out of nowhere, right? It came from people who are equally, etc., etc. Sanderson's books are competently written, but I find them dull. Never read one for long enough to give an actual critique. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, you can have something that's technically quite good, but is extremely boring. Oh dear, party is reminding me it's past midnight. Okay, we got half an hour. Oh boy. I do want to point out something that took place in the past. Christian preachers were being confronted by the conservative audience for quoting woke when they were quoting Jesus. The U.S. being by a conservative audience for quoting woke when they were quoting Jesus. It's possible. Yeah, I could see that happening. I usually love Sanderson's book, but rather than more as a slog, and it made the characters in that series completely unlikable. Party pooper. It's fair. She needs to get her sleep sorted. Yeah. Sanderson's books usually have a caper overtones, even when they're not caper, but I mean that appeals to young audiences. Yeah. Okay. We'll watch we'll watch more of this. But long and short is like, I think the issue is, what if the sanitization combined with lack of education and lack of understanding of good writing has led to the acolyte we all see.
To Millie on the beach before he ignites his saber for no reason. This stuff sounds cool and dramatic if you're 10. Episode 4 was easily the most boring half hour of television I have ever sat through. Nothing happens. Millie goes to say goodbye to Padawan X-23, and nobody else, she doesn't care about anybody else, but she gets roped into the rescue mission for Master Chugi anyway. Vanilli and Space and Mendoza go on a long hike, and he plays dumb, which makes him look even more suspicious. Ever since episode 4, there have actually been conversations and predictions surrounding this show. Not excited predictions, mind you. They're just more like, hey, which of these stupid 2 ways do you guys think they're going to do the reveal? Are we going to go with white Darth Maul so we can do a I am your mother line? Or are we going to go with Millie's poison plug, who is clearly acting dumber than he is?
I wasn't a failed DJ. I was pre-successful.
Leslie Headland has trapped herself inside her own mystery box, and this is not the kind of discourse that you want. This is the kind of discourse Amandla should be angry the show is generating. I was gonna try to recreate that dance for you guys, but Newton's laws are a real bugaboo, and while I would be pulling my hips back, my stomach would still be trying to carry momentum forward. It's not pretty. I brushed my teeth in the dark. Oh, there actually was one great bit of writing and human observation when Vanilli renounces her evil master. That was the most accurate thing to happen yet in this show. I've seen a lot of people say, oh, this is terrible. It doesn't make any sense. This character arc switch has zero buildup. You can't just have a character have a total change of heart after training for years and committing multiple murders. But I completely disagree. They did a perfect setup for this payoff. Look at this previous scene. Look how far they have to trek into the forest. Those of you saying, oh, her decision to betray her master makes no sense, have clearly never been hiking. Hiking will make you question every decision you've ever made that has somehow led you to this foliage-laden hell that you find yourself in. The forest is a real-life siren. The initial 100 yards, that's great. You think it's going to be fun. Oh, it's so beautiful. And the sound of the wind in the trees, that's siren song. But then, around half a mile, when you're too committed and it's too late, you're reconsidering everything, your whole life. Like, should I even be married to the person that drugged me out here? Do they really want what's best for me? Do they really love me? Should I be friends with this group of psychos that wants to engage in this kind of self-torture? Where did it all go wrong? My skin is crying. What was my mistake that put me on the path to this trail of tears I am now upon?
I immediately regret this decision.
So Millie coming to the conclusion that she doesn't want to be evil anymore if it means hikes like this, honestly, the most sensical thing in the whole show. Meanwhile, Vanilli is walking along with these red shirts when suddenly she can somehow sense life from these tree knots. Don't ask questions, except they are not tree knots. They're like big, like moth, kind of pill bug kind of things. Curtis, how would you describe this thing?
Oh, super flat.
Yeah, that's kind of a good way to put it. This only happens, by the way, so someone can say that, hey, they're attracted to light. It's a very natural setup. Anyway, this forest is massive, and this little badger fella can sniff out the Wookiee somehow. Don't think about it too hard. And the groups meet at the same time in the same place because plot. You know, the real losers here are the audience members who wanted to see a cool Wookiee Jedi because he's already dead when Vanilli gets there. Probably a better fate, though, than eating or passing the entire bowl of kale that he was preparing at the beginning of the episode.
Brother, what's that?
Okay, so everybody is gathered at the Wookiee hut, same time, same place. Johnny Cash floats down behind them, ignites his saber for dramatic effect, and then force pushes 8 Jedi away, which is a power he definitely won't forget he has in a few minutes, right? Right? Oh, there was also the whole Kiadi Mundi thing, a guy whose name I did not know until last week, and I'm betting most people didn't know either. Don't pretend. I've seen a lot of takes on it. It seems pretty cut and dry from the evidence that it breaks the timeline and canon and causes issues with the prequels, but I honestly think that we're looking too deep into this. I've seen theories that Leslie did it on purpose to make the Jedi look like frauds and liars. I don't think that's it. I don't believe anyone involved thought about this for more than 3 seconds.
This is like a wow move. They put something in because that was cool, and then people are like, wait a minute, this breaks with the lore. Well, you know, it's just the Jedi's trying to gaslight us. Yeah. Okay, all jokes aside, I think I could refine this argument a bit better. I think we can argue that it wasn't written for children, but it was written by people who are adults, but they're actually children masquerading as adults. They've read fan fiction written by children. That was their staple reading growing up, probably. They have no real understanding of how to write a good story. This reminds me of fan fiction that I would stay away from, because I read a lot of fan fiction. I wrote some fan fiction. Let's all be real here. Fan fiction can be quite mature. Quite mature. But what a lot of people don't know is that a majority of fan fiction is really, really, really not mature. Like it's under the teen or the kids label. And so if you can imagine, you're running under those labels. Even some of the mature stuff is written in a very immature kind of way, in a very childish kind of way. And this is a situation, I think, where it's very possible that you have people who think that they're being quite mature and that they're writing for a mature audience. And between the sanitization of Disney plus their own poor concept of what makes actual mature writing, I think between that, plus maybe attempting to get that female audience in and failing. Yeah, we got the show. Is fanfiction the new comic book? Maybe. Written by two kids in a trench coat. What a Blizzard move. What a Blizzard move. Yeah, Shay. Yeah.
About this for more than 3 seconds. It wasn't spiteful, guys. It was just straight up lazy.
Yeah.
He was only...
This is what I said. More often than not, this kind of bullshit is because of literal people phoning it in, people rushing it, people just wanting to get something out. I do think that there are some bad actors here and there, but most of this, I think, is pure incompetence, sheer hubris, sheer incompetence, sheer hubris.
There, purely. So the audience would go, hey, I recognize that guy. He's from one of the movies. Wow, this really is a Star Wars. That's seriously it. Disney Star Wars doesn't know how to do anything without referencing the original movies. Modern Lucasfilm, MCU Phases 4 and 5 only know how to jangle the shiny keys in front of your face and say, hey, you remember when this stuff was great? Now hold on to that feeling while you watch the new stuff so it feels better. The only thing that makes it seem a little odd and nefarious is that they also showed this familiar looking guy, but the credits don't list him as the same Jedi Master from the prequels. Oh my god, this episode was dreadful. It clocked in at 27 minutes and contained so much padding for time. The writer was immediately given a new job working on the next Assassin's Creed game. You know, when Leslie was in school, I can guarantee you she never wrote but or however in her essays. This woman wrote things like, on the other hand, despite these things, it is critical to point out and consider that we should note key observations notwithstanding previously mentioned issues. One example of such I am increasingly inclined to bring to light. That's what this show is. She was clearly told 30 minutes, and by God, she was gonna get there no matter if it kills us. Anyway, it's not for adults. It all makes sense now, right? Let's move on to episode 5 and the big reveal that will just knock your socks off.
Oh, and by the way, just to give example, okay? So if we go to fanfiction.net, we go to Harry Potter. All right, so now we're going to go into our filters here. Okay, so this is our filters. And we can choose by ratings. Okay, so if we look at all ratings, we have 803,000 stories for Harry Potter. Now, if we're going to break it down into K, we got 153,000 stories written for K. Then we have K plus, 182. All right, okay. Then we got T, 302,000. Can chat guess how much M will be? How much M? How much M? Ready? Ready? 167. There's less mature rated stuff than there is K plus. Good night, Epic. Rest well. So, if you think about it, so let's apply K plus, right? It's cringe, okay? It's freaking cringe. Who is reading this stuff? Largely women. Cringe desuyo? Yeah. So if we go to teen, which is the highest, teen is the highest. I kid you not. Let's filter more. Let's filter by reviews. Can we do that? Update, reviews, apply. This one has over 37,000 reviews. Petunia married a biochemist, and Harry grew up reading science and science fiction. Then came the Hogwarts letter and a world of intriguing new possibilities to exploit, and new friends like Hermione Granger and Professor McGonagall and Professor Quirrell complete. What will happen when a goblin-raised Harry arrives at Hogwarts with the backing of Goblin Nation and Hogwarts itself? So once again, a lot of this stuff, if you click on this, it is really, really cringe. Okay? So this is what I'm talking about. I would put the Acolyte in that kind of grouping.
This is, you should know, spoiler territory for a show
It's not
that
mature
I
at
know
all.
You're biting your nails
Goblin
over.
Harry.
You
Don't
will
ask.
likely see
Don't
a
ask,
ton
Holly.
of people calling episode 5 the best episode of the season so far. And that is true. You know, of course, that bar is so low that the president would have to avoid tripping over it when he's down in the secret emergency underground bunker. But this episode cleared it. One reason that it's a good episode is because it... No, wait. That's not correct. One reason it's a better episode than the others is because something finally happens. Anything! There is progression of any sort, and it's instantly the best of the season. Something that I noticed while I was watching is that I was loving the lightsaber fights because laser swords, come on. But this is a sad class on how you still have to have things make sense, even if it's a space fantasy. If you do watch episode 5, you can enjoy it, unlike the others. There's plenty of action, and there's cool moves and actual stakes because characters you know die.
I did not see that coming.
However, you have to turn your brain off, and I don't like that. It's not horrible, but I hate the concept that I have to completely ignore a bunch of the show in order to enjoy the action. This show wants to reference the prequels, and it's making it look worse, especially in terms of comparing to the saber fighting. It seems like there is some grumbling online about these saber battles in the Acolyte. I don't think they were bad, honestly. I mean, there was obviously a lot of cutting and stitching. Sometimes the editing is way too fast, but overall, I liked it. It's laser swords. It didn't hold a candle to the prequels, but, you know, it's still some fun action. This episode is still a 4 out of 10. Let's not get it twisted, but let's look at the cool stuff first. Obviously, I'm talking about Space and Mendoza's arms. That's the power of Manny, right there. That's what they were talking about. His costume probably had sleeves at first, but he removed them, and honestly, I would have as well. That's Darth Mac. Goodness, that's Darth Swole. Darth Yoked. Darth Universe? Nah. Sith have like, you know, they have like eviler names. Darth Shred, you know, like he'll cut you, but he's also cut. I'm gonna keep working on it. Let me know what you come up with. Oh, right, yes, yeah, Space and Mendoza is Darth Yates. That's the big reveal that you definitely didn't predict in episode 2 and wasn't super confirmed in episode 4 when he was tripping over things and bumbling about and got uncomfortable when Millie asked him about the Master. And the fact that he, a Sith, is there at all isn't a huge deal to the characters, and that is a huge writing problem. None of the Jedi present ever react like, oh my goodness, our mortal enemies that no one has seen in hundreds of years are here. They're actually alive. You gotta think, at this time in the timeline, the Sith are like Jedi campfire stories. They should be reacting to it the way book characters react to Cthulhu. He's not scary. The fact that he exists is scary. That's what cosmic horror is about. And these morons are just like, oh, it's him. Rush. See what happens when you rush B. I still think there's another one over him. There's still time for White-Horned Mama Witch to be the master, which would make Darth Hench the blaster, I guess. No. I'm sorry. No, I was doing a different bit. That's my bad. You didn't see the B-roll that I was using. This is all especially possible since Yord and Vanilli had a super natural conversation about how Darth Diesel got into his head he couldn't fight. And Millie was like, oh, I saw that once when I was a kid. The setups in this show may as well have the mailman pop in.
Message!
Sorry, I started talking about the good stuff, but then that just throws the contrast of the horrific writing into even sharper relief. So the fights had really cool parts. My personal favorite is the force pull double impale beheading combo. That's like the quadruple axle of saber fighting right there. This guy fights so brutally, which is what I would expect from the dark side. Obviously, the saber throw tree cutter is sweet, even if the trees fell the wrong way. Physics isn't really this show's strong suit. The Jeki dual saber fight was so cool looking. Honestly, that's an interesting one because it sums up the entire episode right there. because there were equal parts stupid and awesome and rule of cool here. The cool is just, you know, dual sabers. I don't give a crap who you are. Picking up another Jedi saber and going double-handed crazy mode is cool looking. The really great part about this is that it was excellent characterization, or, you know, it should have been if Jackie was developed a little more. You can really see how she's mad and going a little crazy here, letting her emotions rule because she's a Padawan. Her face is really selling it. And, you know, we're assuming that a Padawan is not going to be trained in this advanced technique, but her adrenaline is just fueling it. And it kind of makes sense a little bit that she could be pushing Darth Goodplace back. She's really, you know, flailing, and she's angry, and he only has the one saber. But her emotion does get the better of her, so he gets an opening, and it ends how, honestly, it should. I appreciate that they let us know right here, this isn't like other Disney lightsabers. This is real. Should this have lasted even 30 seconds against a guy who just body bagged like 6 Jedi Masters? No, but, you know, that's what I'm saying. You gotta turn your brain off, that's part you gotta overlook. And it shows the weaknesses in this writing team. The prequels did this really well with Anakin. We saw him fighting early on, right? And then he's getting more powerful. Then he gets cocky with Count Dooku, and he gets a rather shocking realization about what a real master can do. In that same fight, he attempts to do the dual saber bit, but he's unfamiliar with it, so that only lasts for a few seconds. Later on, in the battle on Mustafar, we see his fighting style changing even during that fight. He's getting angrier, and his movements become more fierce. He's throwing punches, he's choking, he's becoming Vader in the middle of this fight. There is actual characterization in those moves. That's why that fight is incredible.
Also, I would argue Luke. If we compare how much experience Luke had with fighting against another lightsaber user, I would say not much, really. But you could see how Luke became much more powerful when fighting his father. In my favorite scene in Return of the Jedi, you get to see how his emotion, it was like Dynamis, really. You get to see how his emotion drove him to a state where even someone with greater experience could make a mistake and fall. Goblin Harry, you're a Jew, Harry. Make him talk like a 14 goblin. There's the thirst, Chieko. He said, Darth Universe, I spit cereal and milk everywhere. To give credit where it's due, the guy is a good actor and could have been cool if not for the writing. That is unfortunately, this is the case, okay? This is where I'm saying not all actors are going to be super well read and going to come in with opinions like Cate Blanchett did in The Hobbit, or like Ian McClellan or Richard Armitage. You're not going to have people always coming in with the big research, with the big brains, wanting to, like, not every actor is going to be the girl who does Wednesday Addams. And those actors are literally at the what's the word I'm looking for? Oh my gosh, I'm just blanking out. But there's a word. They're at the mercy of their writers. So you could have a really good actor like Henry Cavill, and you could have even a really good actor with a good sense of what the character should be acting like. But if they are fighting with the writing room all the time, that good actor will get shafted. Wouldn't the forest set on fire? I don't know, Leo. The Acolyte is so bad that people start to like the prequels. Yeah. Throne scene, go burr. So anyway, yeah.
Ahsoka nailed this as well. She's got like a samurai style. Ray Stevenson had, a knight with the great sword style. These fit with each of their characters. That's why it was so good. This fight had potential for that with Jackie, but it lacked the build-up. Also, The only thing I felt when Jecki and Yor die is admiration for whoever said that was okay. It really raised the stakes, so that's points to Disney and the writing team for going there. But did I care about those characters? No, not even a little bit. I was actually pretty happy to see annoying Yord leave. We also have some issues here with established power levels, and again, it makes it hard.
Okay, setting aside the power levels, let's just talk about the fact that they killed off one of the bros. Okay? This is a big no-no. This is a super big no-no. This is super big no-no. Okay, once again, if you're going to draw in the females, this is another like, what are you doing moment. If you're trying to draw in a female, here, I'll just show you. Ooh, okay, let's see. Here. This just takes time because because Amazon is intent on doxing me every single moment of the day. Okay, here we go. So, blah, 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 blah. What do we have here? With high heat, HEA, no cliffhangers. Do you know what HEA means? HEA? So if you go to most self-published romance, they will always have this. Always. It means happily ever after. If you do not have a happily ever after, like if you kill off one of your male leads, you're done. You're done as far as the female audience is concerned. I killed off the female. I killed off my romance for Loki in Distortions in Time. And I had people who, after spending 80 chapters with a general fiction focused on character growth, right? Character growth. I was focused on the character growing, and the romance was tertiary to the politics and the character growth. So it wasn't even in the top two. It was like the third thing on the line. And you had people after 70, 80, and then finally toward the end, 90 chapters. And they were like, she's coming back, right? She's not actually dead, right? That's all they were focused on. Killing off a love interest or the eye candy is just no. Big mistake.
Really raised the stakes, so that's points to Disney and the writing team for going there.
Points, but it takes away from the female audience.
But did I care about those characters? No, not even a little bit. I was actually pretty happy to see annoying Yord leave. We also have some issues here with established power levels, and again, it makes it hard to fully enjoy these scenes. And it shows how the writers simply do whatever they want from scene to scene. Jecki fighting Vanilli would have been so cool.
And his name is John C.
Except she already went toe-to-toe with Master Trinity, and we haven't seen Jecki do much of anything at this point. Why are they evenly matched? She's Padawan. So it does look cool, but it's really just so Millie can get into the handcuffs. It's just for the plot. Then Jecki fights Master Schwarzenegger, and again, we just established he can yank a guy into his blade, so this fight doesn't fully jive. There were really cool parts, and I tried to just turn my brain off and just enjoy the action and the suspense. And I was able to for a minute or two at a time, but some of these issues are too large to ignore, and I just kept getting pulled back out.
Just when I thought I was in, they pulled me back out.
They tried to create a suspense horror vibe where Millie is running through the forest at night away from Master Ronnie Coleman, but then Master Squid Game just kind of appears, right in the middle of this massive dark forest. You can't ignore that unless you're 10 years old. There's also the plot armor on Darth 50 Cal. it was a constant problem. Taking on 2 Jedi at once and winning makes you look cool, especially if you do it with the panache of Christopher Lee, or if you have a dual saber like Darth Maul and you have one of the coolest moments in Star Wars history. But taking on 6 at once, that just looks dumb, because not all the Jedi can fight at once, so you get terrible choreography, like this guy, who is just standing there. Stab him! Or we have this helmet, which is made of something that I am certain will be explained, but he's only wearing the helmet and the gauntlets. So, you know, try slicing him literally anywhere else. It also protects his whole body from this energy blast. So he's got like a dune shield or something. But no, he backhands and headbutts these 2, and they have to start smacking their sabers like an old TV remote until the volume button works again. These 2 clearly did not take Master Giantsbane's advice. They didn't diminish their areas of vulnerability or increase their defense without the need to strike. Showing your bad guy is powerful is great. It raises the stakes. I love that. Giving your bad guy plot armor until it's time to take it off and he dies to something he has been surviving with ease until that point is stupid. And it makes me care less about your story because the plot will simply do whatever it wants and nothing has to make sense. The character motivations also don't make any sense in this one. I have no idea what good twin Rob wants right now. She was pulled off her mechanic job, she crash landed, she went to visit Master Horrible makeup, she tried to leave the Jedi Temple, she got pulled into the Force. What is her motivation for anything that she's doing? She's barely a character. And if you think a starfish character that just lies there while the plot does what it wants is bad, then get a load of evil twin Fab. She wants to be with her sister. Well, then she wants to kill her. Oh no, she has a change of heart on the hike. Only Rob matters. Then she doesn't try to save Rob when the fighting starts with Johnny Cash. Then she tries to make up with Rob. Then she knocks her out and leaves her for dead while she goes full single white female, giving herself a lightsaber Mulan bob and taking Rob's clothes like Agent 47. She's all over the place. And yeah, at the end of the episode, Rob and Fab have switched places. I'm not going to go with Parent Trap. The Acolyte has now become the Princess Switch. Yeah, that's right. The Acolyte has now become model behavior. Deep cuts only here. Overall, the characters and the plot are still just not interesting. But we did finally see some action and plot progression, so after 2 hours of nothing, that makes this the best episode. Does hearing that this episode had some action make you interested, finally? What are your thoughts on the show and the external drama that's been happening, like this diss track? I look forward to hearing your thoughts.
Okay, so this is a fairly standard review. I personally stay away from rehash reviews like this because I think they are kind of dull. But I like the beginning part where he talks about who is this once again for. And it seems like kids might enjoy it more than adults, which leads me to believe that the writing must be so shoddy that even the women who it should be appealing to are falling asleep, and only kids with, you know, between the age of 10 and 14 are going to find this fun to watch. And this therefore makes me wonder if you have all of these writers who have terrible writing input, who are reading trash and then writing trash, if maybe this is all just one vicious cycle. And essentially, at the end of the day, it's just going to snowball because you are hiring people who have the vocabulary level and the taste level of a preteen writing for adult women and failing because adult women, even though we might shit on Moss, even though we might shit on Yarrow and so on and so forth, they're still not preteen level. And are they great? No. But are they preteen level of stupidity? Maybe some of them are. Maybe some of them are. Not all of them are. And obviously, not all of them are, because women who would ordinarily maybe enjoy Moss or Yarrow are not enjoying The Acolyte. So if they're not even getting adult females in there who are, usually into very, very light types of shows, right? Reality TV and things like that. If you can't get a woman interested in that, you need to start questioning yourself. So was it, what does chat think? Does chat think it was made for women? And it was just a big mistake? That's what I personally think. Or was it for children and there was a marketing error? I think it was written for women, unironically. But they made some serious mistakes. It's the Windrunner sisters. Adult female humans. It's weird that they have some women writing this and they couldn't figure out what women want. That's just strange. It is very strange. But think about if you are from a certain circle group of women, then it is less strange. They were trying to hit all these bases this party. Ooh, party. Yeah, maybe they were trying to like appeal to this general audience of kids and moms. It was just an epic fail. It was made for Leslie Headland. It's made for Leslie Headland, indeed. Well, the question then we have to ask is Leslie an adult or is she a child? Because if this was made for herself, she's very, very unformed as a human. It was written for women. I think it was an attempt for women and it failed. Because why are you killing off the hot guys if it's for women? What is your problem? Maybe she thought she was being like, oh. Increase your defense without need to strike. He's literally just described blocking. Knowing who the show is actually for makes Disney's agenda even more deplorable and unforgivable. My rule is that my kids aren't allowed to watch the Star Wars sequels until they're old enough to understand they're terrible movies. The show is actually hyper competently produced and acted if you consider the core demographic to be kids 10 and younger who want Clue Jr. but with occasional lightsabers. Greg's wife paraphrased. Disney doesn't want to appeal to a modern audience. They want to create one. I kind of like that one. This guy's wife is a freaking genius. Kind of. The diss track to the fans is unforgivable. Mentally or physically? Mentally. Appeal to everyone, appease no one? Yeah. I'm sure Leslie reads romance and whatnot, and she likes her alpha males. That's why it's so strange. Does she? She's a lesbian, Leo. She is a lesbian. They have her in an interview literally making light jokes about the fact that they're making Star Wars gay. She got her wife to act in the show. She's a lesbian. Now, I'm not saying that lesbians can't enjoy, a strong alpha male. But clearly, they're not going to appreciate it the same way that a straight woman is going to appreciate it. They're not going to care about what straight women want. But honestly, she should have done her market research. Like I always knew you don't kill the main love interest, okay? It doesn't matter if it's a girl or a guy, right? You don't kill the main love interest. I did, but that wasn't the point of my story, so I don't feel guilty about that at all. But I remember talking with my one friend who was giving me tips on getting into the self-publishing industry. And they basically told me, remember, you should always write happily ever after. Never kill off the main interest. Never, severely harm them. You want to give the most fluff because in this day and age, a lot of women, just like a lot of men, are burned out and tired out of the real world and they just want to have fun. And so the last thing they need is more doses of reality in their fiction. They want fantasy. Just give them fantasy. And so, yeah, here we are. The problem isn't she's a lesbian. It's what she wrote and allowed writers to create nonsensical, unappealing tripe. Exactly. You can be a lesbian and write just fine. But she clearly didn't do her market research. She wasn't respecting the show. She wasn't respecting the genre. She wasn't respecting the IP. Those are the problems. Don't lesbians like capable men as well? Like seeing a father figure or an older brother? What? Leo? Oh, I'm not unpacking that can of worms. Let's just say most of the lesbians I've personally met IRL did not have a positive father figure or male figure in their life. And therein lies most of their issues. I'm sure they appreciate the male versus female vibe, whether it's attractive to an actual male or female. Yeah, I mean, let's all like shade aside. Just because you're a lesbian or just because you're gay doesn't mean that you can't write straight romances any more than if you're straight, you can't write gay romances. You can absolutely cross the streams. It's whether you are doing it professionally and if you're doing it to your best. I don't know anything about lesbians. Lesbians are humans. There's a really great lesbian channel. They're what I would call probably like moderate liberals, or like classical liberals. And they're on YouTube and they have a really interesting channel. And they seem to have their heads screwed on straight, honestly. And if you have a professional person, it doesn't matter what they like to do in bed. It should never affect your work. But this is a show where, unfortunately, the lesbian community have to deal with the fact that one of their own, unfortunately, came out with a really shitty product, and nobody likes it. Now, the fact that they are lesbian shouldn't matter, except for the part where they kept harping about it during the media tours. Like, the more you talk about your personal life in public, the more people are going to talk about your personal life in public. If she kept her lips sealed, her lips shut, and she stopped talking about gay stuff and just was like, hey, we want to deliver a story as best as we can for everyone, then I think things would probably have a different skew on them. It would just be like, oh, this is just a terrible show. But unfortunately, because she made it such a big deal during her interviews, now it's becoming a big deal for everyone else, which is really unfortunate. We shouldn't have to talk about someone's sexuality. It should just be, is the writing good or bad? And in this case, the writing is bad. Their sexuality shouldn't even be a factor. But yeah. If they're human, wouldn't they like a daddy for a male character? Not in a sexual way, but as a protector or whatever. I would say traditional lesbians, Leo. Traditional lesbians, yes. So your average lesbian maybe from the 70s and 80s who became lesbians because they realized they liked women and they probably grew up as tomboys and they had a strong relationship with their father and they just liked doing guy things and they view themselves as being rather butch. But that only covers part of the butch side of lesbians. There's a whole other side, the other pairing, which is extremely hyper feminine, right? The female side of the partnership. So just because some lesbians like to wear plaid shirts and wear jeans doesn't mean that all lesbians are somehow strongly connected to male vibes. There's a whole part of, it's like gay pairings. You always have like, you have the strong, silent male gay man who's just minding his own business. And then you have the flamboyant one who stands out a bit more because he's more of the archetypally female side of that pairing. Now, is it possible for two bears to get together or for two twinks to get together? Sure, but the typical pairing is a bear with a twink or like a twunk with a twink or whatever you want to, whatever terms you want to use for them. Same thing for lesbians. Not all lesbians are running around with their dads, shooting guns, wearing plaid and jeans. There are lesbians who are extremely feminine. But what I can definitely tell you for sure is that all people who are on a certain particular sexual spectrum, okay, so we're talking LGBTQA+, are having to deal with the fact that there's a group of them, a small group, a minority, maybe. I don't know the exact percentages here, but there's a group of LGBTQA+ who are speaking out very vocally for the community. And that group are anti-male. They are not pro-male. They see men as being the primary problem of society. And those lesbians hate men. Yeah. And there are some TERFs who also hate men. There are some man haters within the lesbian TERFs, and some TERFs can get into misandry. Misandry does exist. And some woke lesbians can get into misandry. But that's not all lesbians. I need to qualify that. That's not all lesbians. I'm just saying there's a vocal minority of lesbians that have a strong anti-male voice. But not all of them. They don't have to. That's the whole point. What do lesbians want should be a topic for next stream. Ugh. I'm not super interested in lesbians, but you can feel free to do your own research. I think I also have a natural disinclination to think about lesbians because lots of people tried to shove me into the lesbian box. And I have like mental trauma surrounding that. I'm not interested in lesbians either. Oh, there you go. But anyway, this is very fascinating. Was The Acolyte written for children? I disagree. No, I don't think it was. I think it was written for women. And I think it was just done so poorly. It was sanitized. It was Karenized. It was poorly written. It was written by people with shitty taste. And it came out being only palatable for impressionable children. And that is scary and sad. That is scary and sad. What's the same party? What is the same? Oh, did people try to say that you were a lesbian? Good Lord, what is with us? Gay men are Leo's jam? Is Leo gay? People think I'm a les. So many people thought you were a lesbian? Wow. I could kind of see it though, slightly. Because like, well, anyway, we're not going to get into that. Lesbians went extinct around 2008. I do think it's really sad. I don't know if anyone watches Buck Angel on YouTube, but there is a trans man on YouTube who's talking about how tomboys and lesbians are being erased by the current trans trend. It's a very fascinating thing. So you have a lot of TERFs right now who are screaming because lesbians are being eradicated. As soon as you're a tomboy or you like guy things, it's like, oh, you must be a guy trapped in a girl's body. Time to get surgery. And there are a lot of lesbians coming out being like, no, you can be an atypical girl and, just like other girls as a girl. And if you watch any detransitioning trans men, many of them end up just being lesbians. I say just being, but you know what I mean. I'm sad now. I didn't like hearing that. Well, no, I'll explain it later, party. I'll explain it later. But it's not how you behave. It's nothing to do with how you behave. Like being yourself as a person. That doesn't make you a lesbian. That's silly. I'm not gay, but relationships between men, phenomatic, I find really endearing, and there's a lot of great media around them. Yeah. Leo, I will have a book that I can recommend you, hopefully, by the end of the year. Most lesbian bars closed down and many of them became men. Oh, did that happen around your area, Karn? Karn sounds like he's seen something up close. Karn sounds like what's his face, Rutger Hauer at the end of Blade Runner. Yeah, I'll have you, Leo. I'm actually in the middle of planning a series, but I'm not yet sure like what it's going to be for, and it's so involved. It's kind of crazy. But I'm kind of proud about how it's shaping up. Like I think it's shaping up fairly well. But it's looking a bit nutbar. That's for sure. That's what a lesbian lady told me. Oh. Yeah. Well, I heard that there are people coming back, like they're coming around, so maybe it's not entirely over. Anyhow. Yeah. So I think this is a lesson to all of us. A lesson that if you aren't careful, you can alienate the audience you want to make money from. And yeah, you can end up in a really bad place financially, and you end up wasting people's money that could have gone to something actually worthwhile spending our time thinking about. And he makes a really great point. Even if we were to say it was supposed to be written for kids, there's a lot of questionable stuff in it that you wouldn't want your kid to really accept as truth. So overall, Acolyte is a fail. But we all knew this. I knew it. You knew it. Everyone knew it. It was just a question of time before it was canceled, really. So no one's surprised. No one is surprised. But it's a shame still. I feel Leo and Chieko would get along for some reason. Not sure why. I went down a rabbit hole about Oscar Wilde, and that was nut bar. that was janky AF. There was some bad stuff in that whole situation. Holy crap. There are a lot of people who treat him as a martyr, but after getting some details on some certain things, I was like, oh my lord, he should have still gone to jail. But anyhow. I'm totally wilding. Yeah. Okay, so what's going to happen next? Next Sunday, we will do some more reacts and some more stuff as per usual. On Wednesday, I will be streaming probably at a little earlier time, like 7, since I don't have socializing to do. And yeah, we'll be picking up Dontrell, and hopefully the internet won't conk out. Everything will just run smoothly like butter. And yeah. Yes, Dontrell this week. Yeah. Time for bed. I'll go and try to lie down, party, but we know that it will probably take me a little while to wind down. But I will play Dontrell. I will play Dontrell. Imagine there was another DDoS attack. Oh my gosh. You know what? I will just log out and log into Guild Wars 2. That's what I will do. I'll log into Guild Wars 2 if that's the case. Thank you. So, ending the stream now. Thank you everyone for coming. I'm not sure who's in here really. I know Ben is in here for sure. We have Leo in here, Karn recently chatting, Wooly hanging in there. Hopefully Wooly's work is going well. Hopefully. Let's see. We have a bunch of people in here actually. Wow. Anyhow, thanks everyone for coming and for chatting and for hanging out. Ooh, Deck. Yes. Half asleep. Good night. Good night, everyone. And I will see you all on Wednesday when we actually stream Dawn Trail. Okay, so I'll see you all then. Take care and good night.